Hello. Hello. Okay.
احسن طقمه وهي البراند.
يا خلاص. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today, whether in person or online.
We are excited to begin our architectural symposium here at the UAE Pavilion under the title Pillars of Arish Architecture in Transition.
This symposium is proudly brought to you by the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority. With that in mind, we would like to invite Her Excellency Hala Badri, Director General of Dubai Culture, to offer some opening remarks.
Assalamu alaikum, sabah al khair, and konnichiwa. Good morning, everyone. I'm really honored to welcome you all to the opening of Pillars of Arish Architecture in Transition Symposium at the UAE Pavilion, which is more than a national showcase. It is a testament to the UAE's ambition, future forward thinking, and our commitment to celebrating heritage as a source of inspiration and innovation. This spirit is also reflected here in the pavilion's very design, which incorporates traditional construction materials such as the Arish or the palm fronds, honoring our sustainable building heritage while embracing contemporary architectural expressions. It is within this space where tradition meets progress that we host this symposium, an extension of our commitment to fostering meaningful cultural dialogue, not only between nations, but between tradition and innovation. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how traditional practices and systems like the Arish and Falaj continue to inspire contemporary design in the UAE, alongside broader reflections on design education, the evolution of Emirati housing, the revitalization of historic districts, and the role of material innovation and site sensitivity in shaping our architectural future, all of which will be offering enduring lessons in sustainability, resilience, and identity. We are also proud to host this symposium in Japan, a nation whose architectural legacy continues to shape global design thinking, reflecting on the values of sustainability, resilience, and cultural rootedness. Thank you to our delegates, curators, and the UAE Pavilion team for making this exchange possible. And I wish you all an insightful discussion and a very memorable experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your time and for your unwavering support throughout this program.
We are sincerely grateful for this opportunity to participate here at the UAE Pavilion, Expo Osaka 2025. As cultural practitioners, we see ourselves and our delegates as ambassadors of the UAE mission and values. With that in mind, allow us to introduce some of our program for the next 2 days.
This two-day symposium unfolds here at the UAE Pavilion, exploring the evolving intersection of architecture, cultural identity, and material innovation across the UAE. Through keynote lectures and panel discussions, we reflect on how traditional knowledge embodied in the Arish, the village, and vernacular landscapes continues to inform contemporary decision-making and architectural practices.
From examining Japanese architectural influences on the UAE and the wider Gulf region, to discussing site-sensitive design strategies and the complexities of preserving historic districts, the sessions interrogate architecture not only as built form, but as a cultural and ecological agent, with a focus on education as well, design enterprises, and pioneering approaches to pavilion making. The symposium invites architects, educators, and urbanists to reflect on the shared urgencies of sustainable and contextually grounded development.
Alongside this symposium, our 12 delegates here in the room with us have spent the past few days exploring Osaka and its neighboring cities such as Kyoto, Awaji, and Kobe, engaging with the architectural character of the region, visiting key sites, and experiencing a diverse range of national pavilions here at Expo World.
Our goals through this symposium are threefold. One, to explore cross-cultural exchanges in architecture between the UAE and Japan, to offer Japanese audience deeper insight into the UAE's evolving cultural and architectural landscape, and finally, to create opportunities for meaningful dialogue and collaboration among our participating delegates.
And now, without further delay, we would like to invite our first speaker to the stage. This first session, led by Ahmed Bukhash, our lead delegate, is titled Cultural Convergence, the Impact of Japanese Architecture on Gulf Regional Identity. Join us as we explore how Arch Identity researches into Japanese modernism and its influence across the Middle East, and how that has shaped a unique architectural language, one that bridges heritage and the future within the UAE. Ahmed, we'll leave it to you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Your Excellency, for inviting me and also being nominated as the lead delegate. We thank Dubai Culture for hosting this event, which I think is very insightful. I believe that also the beautiful questions I have been receiving about the appreciation for Japanese architecture and how it can develop local Emirati architecture is a question that I want to answer for you in a story. When I first arrived in Kyoto, a lot of people thought that I was crazy because I was drawing a lot of sketches. But even during the sketches that the team were performing, I felt that I needed more of an isolation in terms of the sketching process, because it was honestly one of the most transformative experiences. When you sketch by yourself, you learn to appreciate the details and the Japanese respect for nature, how the internal spaces extract out into nature. And these were some of the very basic fundamentals that, for me, shaped the way that architecture would be developed in the Emirates. the beautiful blend between modernism and traditional. And what is traditional is also connected with nature, not in terms of greenery, but also in terms of dry landscaping and the beautiful forms which you have seen during the visits. One of the most inspiring projects and developments in Japan in terms of traditional architecture is the Katsura Imperial Villa. Unfortunately, we were not successful this time to visit it, but inshallah, I hope that all of you have the opportunity to visit it. And one of the most prominent features of the Katsura Imperial Villa is that it blended two different civilizations in Japan, which was the Yayoi and the Jomon. The difference between the two is that the Yayoi era was more looking at the elegance, and the Jomon was more looking at the traditional ruler type of architecture within the Japan. The Katsura Rikyu was the final culmination of the merging of these two ideas and eras together, which was looking at the rural but developing it in a more elegant way. This actually paved the way for modernism in the international community, where a very famous researcher called Bruno Taut, he wrote about his experience while visiting Katsura Rikyu, and he talked about the emergence of modular architecture, how the tatamis have influenced modular construction, how the columns have been placed in a regular order, and this simplicity is what inspired me to develop a new language, hopefully, that would provide a guide for local Emirati architects, not only to inspire my own works, because the beauty of Japanese architecture is not only in how they look at tradition, but also how they all interpret it into different ways. And it's very important to mention that there is no one direction that somebody could follow. However, the attempt is what is memorable. You can see from this example, I personally studied in Kyoto. Kyoto is very well known for the merchant houses. My research delved into the merchant houses of Dubai, which was basically based on the traditional courtyard housing typology, and I also did a comparison between the Machiya houses. The unique thing about the Machiya houses is that the local community were taxed on the frontage of the residential development overlooking the roads. So what made it very unique is that they were very narrow in the front and very deep on the inside. But however, the nature of this condition arrives at a single question. How do you keep the spaces full of light? How do you create spaces that can flex inside and out by removing this narrowness and dullness that we feel in some buildings? Unfortunately, some attempts, even within the Emirati context, you notice that you can build mansions. However, the spirit of openness is sometimes lacking in these large developments. So these are some of the questions that I was asking myself while I was doing my research. The beauty of having flexible spaces where you have sliding doors and windows that you can access the open spaces while having narrow frontages is also a question that for me was inspiring. You can see the effect of Japanese architecture not to also paving the way for new languages, but also on the development of prairie architecture, which heavily influenced the work of Frank Lloyd Wright as well. In fact, Frank Lloyd Wright, if you compare his works prior and after his visit and influence from Japan, you will see a remarkable change in his work. You will see elongated eaves, you will see elongated bricks. In fact, the bricks that you see here are customized bricks. The normal proportion of the brick has been broken into an elongated form. And these are the questions that we should ask ourselves. When you develop materials in the UAE, when you look at those coral stones, how can it be developed in a modern way, but yet representing our identity? The metabolism movement that inspired a global movement in in Japan. It also looked at how the city expansion can be done and brought into the actual water body surrounding Tokyo. The modular construction of the Nagakuin Capsule Hotel. All of these inspirations were also paved as a merger between the works of Corbusier, because again, Kenzo Tange himself is a well-known architect and modernist. He was influenced by Japanese architecture together with Japanese traditional architecture, as well as he was a student of the school of thought of the Corbusian modernism. So this kind of brutalist interpretations of architecture is seen in his professor, Kenzo Tange's professor, and we call him in Japanese the senpai, was Kunio Maekawa. Now, Kunio Maekawa is also a student of Corbusier. So you can see the blending of these two languages, the brutalist concrete structure with the wood prints actually paved on the facades to give still, although you're using concrete, it still has the aesthetics of wood printed on it. And you can see the eaves projecting out, such as the Todaiji in Nara. These are all kind of trying to be represented in a modernist way, blending between Western and Eastern languages. The Dubai municipality completed, again, sorry, I'm not a historian, so I may get the dates wrong. I know I'm surrounded by historians. So I believe it is completed in 1970. But when we studied actually, this is actually, I love this picture because this is actually taken from the first publication in Japanese Architect magazine, and it's still in the original context of the Dubai municipality. You can see that the architect, Kazuki Matsushita, he is also a disciple, a student of Kenzo Tange. What really was remarkable in our research was that we thought that from at that age, this was in 1970, through our research, we noticed that there is a slight column projecting out that was out of the normal. And through our research, although this is not proven, we noticed that the direction of Mecca to which we pray is actually on that arrow. So that for us answered the off-center column. And also imagine, even from the 1970s, they also thought of how to reduce the heat gain. So these are, and also of course with the water body that allows the Dubai Creek water winds to breeze through. These are very basic fundamentals that any architect with the correct process implementation can achieve, not only in terms of scale, but I will also show you how it inspired a contemporary residential development that we have completed. Kenzo Tange's work also in Saudi Arabia looked at interpretation of symbolism. You can see the representation of a crescent, but done in a modern way. You can also see how the stand of the Quran has been represented. Now, these are not to say that, of course, forms affect function, but it is simply ways in which architects have interpreted in their, you can say, condensed experiences within the Gulf countries. And don't forget, at the same time, the architect Kenzo Tange, this is his work, he was working simultaneously in Jordan, in Bahrain, in Qatar, all at the same time. So the question I need to ask the audience, who are all, mashallah, inshallah, going to be star architects in the future and designers, what can we do to even enhance this even further? You can see that there is a connection between the views, a connection between outside and inside and landscaping, and abstract simplistic forms, which are both functional, but at the same time aesthetically pleasing and unique. You can also see the palaces, royal palaces that were developed by Kenzo Tange. On the left, you can see his interpretation of a muqarnas. The muqarnas, of course, the transition from the circular form and the square form that you see are common. The interpretation of the connection between the sailboats and the building itself. So all these are kind of languages that one can borrow and share in a different way. Through our culmination of my research when I was studying in Japan, I looked at this hidden relationship between forms, between views, between inside and outside and landscaping. And also we looked at other contemporary Japanese architect forms that have been developed. This is an example in Bridge School in Qatar, where the wind tower itself is actually a ventilation system for the basement parking. So we are always passionate about our forms, but sometimes in order to adapt to modern age, we have to think out of the box. Why can't a wind tower be a ventilation system? Maybe not enough for our homes, but they could be ventilation systems for passive techniques such as ventilating car parkings. And this is a kind of a double facade screen. I heard a lot of the delegates with us as well comment on this kind of system of double facades, which I think can be a beautiful abstraction in terms of a Mashrabi screens and so forth. So I'd also like to highlight that before I started my company, I had the privilege of cooperating with Ahmed Ibrahim, with ex-architects, who was very supportive, and we worked together on developing the AB house, which was our representation of a new prototype that is inspired by our research in Japan. And we looked at how the Qibla axis can be twisted along Mecca so that the residents can be connected in a spiritual way, not only ground, but also in the vertical plane as well, in terms of regional symbolism, in terms of Islamic abstractism. And these are kind of elements that I only show as an option. And the rest of the journey, I believe that every architect should interpret his own journey for himself. There are certain things to me that appeal in terms of Japanese architecture, but the source of inspiration should be everybody's own path to follow. Okay. These are some of the more contemporary projects we have doing. The main idea is always the same with Archidentity. We always look for privacy on the outside, and we have the openness on the inside. There is always connectivity. We try to maintain simplicity. We maintain always abstract forms, and we always try to have minimum decoration. Not to say I'm against decoration, because my cousin will be very angry with me, but as a new generation, becoming an old generation, I think it's important to highlight that contemporary languages are easy to maintain, but they are also timeless in nature. It's very important to highlight that even in contemporary architecture, you can have openness, you can have connectivity between inside and outside. And of course, that leads also to our major achievement, which is the Expo Live Pavilion, which is now the Expo Museum within Expo Dubai. We looked at how we can abstract the idea of a traditional tent. This traditional tent also symbolizes the foundation of the UAE. When Sheikh Rashid and Sheikh Zayed, may God rest their souls, met in Seh al-Sadira, which was a barren deserts landscape located in between the Emirate of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, where they met together and they simply discussed the foundation of the UAE. That abstracted together with the idea of the origami folds, which I'm happy also to see similar prototypes being followed now. The idea is also to have a simple shading structure where visitors can also wait in line while being shaded, and also reminiscent of our traditional tents, but at the same time has a new modernity and new flavor to them. Sometimes developments, despite the regulations, could have maybe no openings on the outside, no windows, but they can have full of life on the inside. This is our latest proposal for the Japanese school extension, which is a totally new development for the existing Dubai Japanese school, where we took actually the Japanese symbol of a flag because they wanted the students to have a connection with the Japanese culture. So this is our proposal, to have actually the main hall raised, and also to have the symbol of the Japanese flag in an abstract form embodied within it. This is our latest residential project, which also looked at Emirati architecture in terms of its simplicity, its arcades, and how it had a connection between inside and outside. And this is also the importance of having landscaping within residential developments. It's very important to always have that kinship between embodying abstracted views and also always to be connected with nature wherever you are. So ultimately, our research in terms of our interpretation of how the influence of Japanese architecture can be abstracted into a universal language, we always follow these principles. We look for a timeless precedent, we extract its DNA, we look at simplifying it, we abstract it so that it's not only locally responsive, but also globally responsive. We introduce symbolism to anchor it down into the local culture and infuse it with a new language. And this is a small compilation video of our projects which you have seen, because I believe to see it and to have the relaxation is a very important emotion to have, not only in terms of form, but the spirit. And this is, I think, a universal feeling. Whenever you visit the temples or you visit the Japanese gardens within Japan, you always feel a sense of relaxation. You need to escape the bustling, busy lifestyles of technology and ultimately lead to a space which is relaxing. And Japanese architecture can pave the way for that. And it's also our responsibility as Emirati architects to understand what is important to maintain and to develop. The triangle was a client requirement, by the way, not ours. Thank you. So, shall we do Q&A now or later? Yeah, okay. So, if anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer. If not, we will do it later. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this beautiful presentation and such an insightful journey as well. I'd like to ask about how do materials inform your design? And is there anything that is from the Japanese philosophy of building that you have incorporated in your projects or not?
Well, of course, the Japanese taste and Japanese aesthetics, I think I can ask my colleague as classmate as well, Osakada-san. So a lot of the friends and classmates that I have met themselves, they have felt that some of the projects could actually be built in Japan. So in terms of the aesthetics, I think they have been always very prominent. In fact, I have to control myself to make it not so Japanese, but more Emirati in terms of the fusion. But in terms of the materials, we always look to use local materials within Dubai. We always try to look at materials as well that represent the country in terms of technology, in terms of aesthetics. We like to use recycled materials as long as there is a warranty for that, because as you know, we're ultimately responsible for that for the clients. So we are very flexible in terms of the requirements, because some clients want a literal representation of the forms and the materials, and some of them look for abstract interpretations. So to be honest with you, it all depends on the direction that the client leads us to. So that's the way we follow it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, for that lecture. Feel free to ask questions afterwards as well, or through digital. Our next session, titled Connecting Threads, Modern Heritage's Connection to the Vernacular and Contemporary, features speakers Lina Ahmed from Zayed University, Maryam Ahli from Dubai Culture, and Fatma Swedi from the Ministry of Culture. Dive deep into how modernist architecture in the UAE draws from vernacular traditions while shaping forward-looking urban identities through continuity, reinterpretation, and innovation. I would like to invite Lina, Fatma, and Maryam up to the chairs to introduce yourselves and get started with the conversation.
Have three themes. We'll frame or try to reframe UAE modern heritage. We will connect and link threads between the vernacular UAE and the modern UAE. And we'll look at examples or talk about adaptive reuse and contemporary references. Rather than being as a normal presentation, we'll have it as a discussion and as a dialogue. And with that, I welcome Fatma and Maryam. Can you please introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about yourselves, where you studied, maybe where you work, and how you came about your interest with modern heritage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lina, for the introduction. Thank you to Dubai Culture and Expo UAE for hosting us today. Of course, Rashid and Salim, thank you so much for this opportunity. So I'm an architect. I did architecture engineering, and then I did my master's in conservation management of cultural heritage. And throughout my studies, I realized that when we talk about heritage, in terms of research, there is so little on modern heritage. And I think when I first encountered modern heritage and its challenges was when I visited the Amal Hospital, which is right in front of my grandfather's house back in 2017. And it was the first time that it's open to the public to visit. It was done as a photography exhibition done by the patients themselves because the building is going to be demolished for a new development to move to the new site of the hospital. And I realized how the building is so beautiful from the inside. There's like courtyards, it's very human-centric. It was very well designed. And so I decided to do my thesis on the modern heritage of Dubai itself. And I really started with documenting because there is so little material on that topic. And currently I work in the Ministry of Culture, and I've been handling the modern heritage file for almost 5 years now, and that's what I do.
So I am an architect and an architectural historian. I studied architecture for 5 years in AUS, American University of Sharjah. I minored in design management. I worked for 2 years, and through my work, I understood that although I have a huge inclination to design, I'm a big fan of history. So I decided to do my master's in architectural history and critical thinking at the Bartlett School of Architecture at UCL. And following that research, actually before doing that research, I found out there was a school called Zabil School for Girls that was set to be demolished. It was emptied out in 2010, and I came to find out about the school in 2012. And I was asked with the other group of architects from AUS to write a piece to preserve the school's memory before it gets demolished, way before there was the modern heritage as a term being referenced in Dubai. I worked on that article when I went to do my master's. It was one of the case studies actually of my thesis. And I worked on it a lot. I was so happy that when I was doing my master's in 2015, it was still not demolished. I kept writing more about it. I kept getting more involved into also the theory behind modern heritage, more than just design and more than how it became. It is also human-centric, but the idea of how international movement of modernism was not really applied to Dubai as much as a regional response to modernism, because it was never 100% void of decoration or ornamentation. It always had a little bit of that because we do value the dichotomy between private and public spaces. We have as well ventilation that is essential to our context. So I started to look at the theoretical understandings of the time behind that, whether it was through art, through politics, through even some biopolitical readings and psychoanalytical readings at the time. And from that, I continued my research. I worked as well on a lot of establishing criteria for preservation, etc. And then when I joined Dubai Culture, I joined in January of 2020. In February of 2020, thanks to your support and efforts, we actually got the Abil School as an asset under us, and I became the project manager for it. So it was a full circle moment for me, and currently we're rehabilitating the school. We've increased its lifespan for another 30 years to come. We're working on opening it again to the public through adaptive use, so I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And it's very interesting to learn that you started looking at Zabiya School way before the term modern heritage of UAE came to be. Can you tell us, any of you, a little bit about how modern heritage, that terminology, how it came to be to start with, and why does it matter to UAE today?
Of course. I mean, research on modern heritage of UAE in general started maybe from 2011 on Abu Dhabi in specific by Amal Chabi and others. But at the ministry, we established a technical committee for modern heritage in 2020. And the first task for this technical committee was to think of modern heritage and define it and create a description for it. As you said, it's very different than the global term of modern heritage. It was actually adopted by UNESCO in the year 2000, in the early 2000s. But in the UAE, we needed to understand modern heritage in our own context. And it actually took a while to develop this description. There was a lot of back and forth, and in terms of the word modernism, modernist, modern. What is the difference between the capital M and the small m? And this actually took a while, and we did eventually develop the term into even two phases. So the first phase is from 1960 to 1990. This phase was a bit different in terms of technology, architecture, and the development in general. And then from the 1990s, you can see even the materials has changed, even the development of skyscrapers and so on. So these two phases were initially put on, and that's, I think it's been out for a while, and every now and then we go back to it, we discuss it, redefine it, and so on.
That's very interesting. And can you add a little bit? There's an important initiative that got launched very, very recently in the UAE, which I think is a marking point at preserving these buildings and highlighting international attention to them.
I think the first phase to preserve modern heritage is really to raise awareness to the public before creating any policy and so on. So we launched the Modern Heritage Initiative, which really aimed to increase awareness and community engagement. This was back in 2023. And the aim was really to engage the public and let them share their memories, share their experiences, the importance of this phase, what they think of it, and also raise awareness among the different stakeholders. This was more targeted in social media and physical activations.
Thank you. I think if we go back, the images that we've been seeing before this are of Zabiya School. Is that correct? Do you want to talk about it, Fatma? Are these Zabiya School? Do you want to talk? Can you talk to us a little bit about Zabiya School? Zabiya School. Can you talk to us a little bit about Zabiya School and how tradition meets vernacular?
Yes,
in this particular
So I think
context.
I just want to add as well, just a highlight on why modern heritage was important to coin as a term, because we were amongst the earlier researchers on the matter. Was it became important when it started to get demolished, because there was so much extensive research done on the vernacular traditional wind tower houses, and then there was so much focus on architecture and postmodernist structures and this steel and glass shiny architecture, specifically in Dubai, where that bridging gap in the architectural narrative of the city started to get demolished to make way for more capitalist ventures. So when these started to get demolished and the awareness was raised from generations that experienced both, the ones who went to school in these structures or had parents who lived in the vernacular but experienced these modern structures and then are now living in this postmodern Dubai, or even sometimes I would say as a historian post-postmodern, this is when it became important to coin the term. So this is when an example like Zabil happened. It is raising awareness. I actually knew about the school from my friend's mother who went to school here. She said, such an amazing school, why is it getting demolished? Now, in terms of architecture, I think what is so interesting is it does not only focus on the principles of modernism on its own. Like I said, I think it responds to context and region. So the two massive courtyards you see are representative of the sand courtyards that you see in traditional houses. The school itself is shaped in U format, so the way it is done is for it to look to the inside. And because it's a girls-only space, you want to give them freedom, right? So it almost expands that elastic freedom to cover the entire space, so the woman can even go uncovered, practice sports, do everything she wants in a space free of gender-specific norms. So especially in a society like ours. And then what it did, it created interiorized public spaces. So it's a public space, but it is for those who are inside, those who are allowed to be within the frame. And I think that is really interesting. The way the windows are, the patterns are, it creates, even in the staircase, which is the ones on the exterior of the building, and there you have block walls, and you just have preparations that bring in light and shadow and ventilation out of privacy and respect for the students. So I think it responds more to it. Then again, like Ahmed mentioned in his talk, the staircases actually in Zabil function like a wind tower because they actually bring in the air from the top. So these are when it becomes a regional response to that. In terms of materiality as well, it's very modern in its material. And the nice thing about Zabil is when they abandoned the school, we found a lot of these proverbs, the students' hand marks. And we actually, when we came to Dubai Culture, we preserved all of it. It's all part of our collection now. And once, inshallah, we rehabilitate the school and open it, this will become part of the school's collection.
That's very interesting. And what's the vision for rehabilitating and readapting reuse? Do you have, like, within Dubai Culture and you work with it, is there a vision of what's going to become next?
One thing we made very clear in our strategic approach to anything is not every building that we preserve have to become a museum. Nothing needs to be frozen in time. Readaptive use is a very common practice, and this is something we need to do. The school itself has the substructure, which are the classroom, which responds very much to the studio needs of artists, etc. So we did a lot of market research with some consultants we worked with, and we understood that this is best reoperated as a cultural institute, another cultural offering within the scene. So this is what we're working towards. We want to still maintain its memory of place, so it will have a library or a legacy center within the school that will always commemorate its place, but it does not, the entire facility does not need to be frozen in time just as a museum. No, we'll expand it and also kind of bring life back into spaces where life stopped. That's the idea behind it.
That's very interesting. And the idea that coining adaptive reuse and bringing that back into UAE. Is there any other examples that any of you would like to highlight that would like to show?
I think since we talked about Zabil School, maybe we can talk about Qasimiya School. We launched in 2020 also another project, which is the national listing of modern heritage. And the idea was really to highlight the sites and structures that tell the story of the UAE, because modern heritage and modern architecture was really developed further with the unity of the UAE. There was Sheikh Zayed really cared about education, health, so there's a lot of national and federal schools that were built, hospitals, clinics, and so on. And Al-Qasmiya school was actually a prototype that was designed by Alami, Khatib Alami office, and Al-Qasmiya school is a building that was preserved and reused currently as offices for the Sharjah Architecture Triennial, and it shows a really good example of this practice, because really the aim of reusing it is to try and keep as much as they can of the building itself, because it really showcases the back in the days. It was built in 1981, so how did schools look in that phase? And especially, as Maria mentioned, there's a lot of schools that were demolished back then. So this is also another prototype of the kindergarten, and they are also being demolished, unfortunately, but we do have some examples in some of the efforts, and it's important. We can't preserve everything, but it's important to keep one or two that tell the story of the UAE and how it developed.
And can you tell us, how do you go about deciding what do you preserve, what stays, what goes, and the thing that goes, how do we keep the memory, and how do we keep the information and the facts about it for future generations?
I think that it's a difficult question. It's hard to say what should stay and what should be or what goes, because modern heritage, also another challenge is that it's a lot. There's a lot of things that were built during that phase, and it keeps being built, and a lot of private ownership, so it's hard to tell someone to demolish their own site, because it would make more money to just build a tower, for example. But the value is important, and that's something that the technical committee also developed. The values and criteria, does it have an association to the community? Does it tell a story of the development? Is it related to a historical event that happened? And I think there's a lot of research that needs to be done, but I think what's important is to document. It's important, like, for example, I like that you put the Al-Amal Hospital pictures, because it's gone now, but why not document it and keep the memory of it, and also have the evidence, so we don't say that there was a gap in architecture, we just have vernacular and contemporary. And I think that's why I did my thesis on Dubai in specific, because I always felt that people thought it was a desert and then Burj Khalifa. That's it. Like, I feel like people have this conception, and it's not true. So it's important to document and to raise awareness on this.
And going back to the idea of adaptive reuse, the terminology adaptive reuse and the frame of thought is, I believe it's newly introduced to the UAE. So can you talk a little bit about it? Like, how do you see it happening right now, and how do you see it manifesting itself in the future?
I think, if you're
Yeah, of course.
I think one thing that we need to understand is, because we do a lot of adaptive reuse in historical buildings. So historical being the Wind Tower houses of Dubai, which a lot of are museums, or even if they operate as commercial spaces, there are a lot of restrictions with what you can and can't do with the house being historical. With readaptive or adaptive reuse in these structures, we have to be more open, we have to be more understanding, because these are concrete structures. Concrete was built as well in a certain way, it was built to last a certain amount of time. So we need to be open to the fact that there is structural rehabilitation that is needed, there is some interventions that are needed, there are height limitations, there are things that need to be tweaked with. So I think that maybe the step after the criteria of what classifies as modern heritage is the criteria of how do you approach adaptive reuse without losing the identity or memory of place, so that you still maintain that, but you are still site sensitive in your approach. It cannot be as rigid as the 1940s building. Personally, I would not be that rigid, because for you to introduce again life in these spaces, especially that a lot of them are not in the historic center of the city all grouped together. They're all over the urban fabric. So if I am limiting people, then a lot of private owners will also have resistance to introducing use again in these spaces. So you have to be lenient, but I think there is a lot of good practices in how you can bring that, how you can also sometimes offset what is, we saw a lot of Tadao Ando projects when we were visiting, so you can see as well, this is something we did in Shindaga Museum, you can always offset as well your interventions from the original fabric, so in a way it is still reversible. So these are site-sensitive approaches that need to be implemented, and I think there is a great scene now on Jumeirah Road and Al-Wassal of a lot of these villas from the 70s and 80s being used as commercial spaces, and they're doing, I think, a great job at adaptive reuse just by experience, not with the full knowledge skill set that people have. So I think that is a way to approach it for sure.
That's interesting. And it's really interesting that you mentioned Tadao Ando and you started to compare UAE architecture to Tadao Ando. And I know for the past few days you have been walking around Osaka and other neighboring cities. Is there any interesting parallels that you came about that you can share with us and your view between what you saw here, what you experienced here, and what we have in the UAE? Whether it's Tadao Ando or something else that you
it reminded me of one of the case studies that I did for my master's, which is the National City Bank building in Deira Creek. It was built from 1964 to 67. It was opened in 1967. It's still standing. It's one of my favorite buildings, designed by Tony Irving and Gordon Jones. And when I looked at the old pictures, you can see the Barjil houses at the back and the building in the front. It looks like it's just one big Barjil. But then when I did the research and documentation on it and comparison with different buildings, I looked into Dhahran Airport that was built in 1961 in Saudi Arabia. It currently functions as a military airport. And it was actually designed by a Japanese-American architect called Minoru Yamasaki. And when they invited Minoru to design the airport, he looked into the current architecture of Saudi Arabia or Islamic architecture, and he wanted to build something that is modern but is respectful of the context. And I read more and more about this building, and it said that also the other architects who came to the region in general took this building as a case study. And when I compared it to the National City Bank in Dubai, it kind of looked the same and not really out of context. When you look at it, it really spoke to the language. And it was a multi-story building, but it was on the same level of the Barjils at the back. So I like this, global thinking of architects back in that phase.
And talking about global thinking and relating that to contextual thinking and being site-specific, maybe you can reflect a little bit on the terminology of vernacular architecture and what does that mean within the context of global, within the context of regional?
I think vernacular is very specific to the context for me. So you can still have vernacular practices today, obviously. In terms of practice, what I think is interesting is whenever you have globalization, which is something that is happening in our region, you always have that local identity in response to it, because you do want to have that contrast, right? So you have a huge globalization and then you have that local counterpart to it. And I think this is where a lot of practices like Ahmed Bukhash's practices, like ex-architects, they do a lot of projects where they take vernacular practices and then they modernize them. And that is why I think they're very successful in their responses as well within the urban fabric of the city, is because they respond to context, they respond to site. Unless a lot of other famous architects who have done projects in Dubai that, in my opinion, have miserably failed, because you can put that building anywhere else in the world and it will work. But there are specific buildings designed. There's one of my favorites is the Wasat building in Sharjah, which ex-architects did, and it's a reserve you cannot take that and put it in any other context in the world. And this is for me vernacular. Vernacular is when you make it contextualized. It is not about using traditional materials or traditional methods of building. It's how you respond to the vernacular context itself, to site conditions, to specifications that sometimes the client is not even aware of. That for me is the definition of vernacular, and it's important in response to this globalized understanding of architecture, where at some point I don't even think there are architects involved, they're just developers developing.
It's really interesting how you mention the site specificity, because there's something about the modern heritage of the UAE that has this regional and vernacular aspect to it. That makes it, because the typical definition of modernism is that it's global, whereas when you look at the UAE modern architecture, there is very regional, strong context to it. Can you talk a little bit about that, maybe, and cite examples if you could?
Yeah, I think the projects we mentioned, Al Amal Hospital is a great example of regional modernism, because basically the whole idea was the hospital caters to mental health, and because it caters to mental health, and it was a new concept, by the way, in the 70s to commission this hospital. It was built in 1983 by John Harris as well. So when they built, I think if you can put the slides up for the hospital, it would be good. Yeah, I think you have them. So basically when they designed the hospital, because the residents or the patients in the,
this one's
the one before, yes. So the patients in the hospital actually lived in those twin tower houses, right? So how do you make them feel home? So this hospital, by the way, this is after Dubai Hospital, and Dubai Hospital was a tower. This was one story. So it was very flat, it was horizontal, all the windows faced towards the courtyards. The courtyards were kept as sand courtyards, and that is also to make the patients feel at home, to make them, give them a space that is comfortable. Again, they're struggling so much emotionally and mentally. It is very important to anchor them physically. And this is when modernism responds to a regional context. The tree, there's one single tree in every courtyard. The patterns, the like lattice work patterns, yes, they're not ornamental in the sense of the 1940s and 20s, but it is abstraction of those patterns. And why are they there? To maintain that privacy. There were female and male patients. There was ventilation that needed to come through, shadows, light. So I think this is a great example of how modernist structures in our region responded to context.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even with I remember when in my thesis I did the comparison between Sheikh Said house and a modern house, and what are the elements that were really taken, and it was almost everything, like the patterns on the railings, or the spatial design, the courtyards, the liwan, the colonnades. Almost everything was just readapted and translated into modern architecture. But I feel there was also phases. I think in the 60s it was, I would call it not modern but transitional architecture. And here you can see how they took these elements and tried to put it into buildings, whether through materiality or through the spatial design itself, and how this really developed.
And it's still in transition. This is why we chose this title specifically, by the way, for the symposium, because every single one of us talks about how architecture is in transition, whether it is from historical districts to modernism to what the current offices are doing. We focused on transition specifically for this reason, because Dubai developed so fast compared to other cities that every phase is a transitional, there's a transitional bridge almost overlapping between that and the second.
I agree, and I think that's why it's different from the global architecture, because in the West there was the Art Deco, modern architecture, brutalism, you name it. And here I think it was a different process. Architects studied in the West, maybe Arab architects also, they came back with their own new ideas. They looked into the context. Like John Harris really, he roamed around Dubai and he came up with new designs that really speaks to the site and the context itself. That's why it's important to define it and maybe not to give it, labels like other places.
And talking about transition, if we go back to we've been talking about Abu Dhabi. If we go back, Dubai, if we go back to Abu Dhabi, the Cultural Foundation is a building that we could say it has been in transition. It's a building that the generation of the 80s and the 90s remember and relate really, really well to, but also the current generation have a strong relation to it. So how can we see modern, can you tell us a little bit more about the Cultural Foundation in particular and the modern heritage, in relation to modern heritage?
So the Culture Foundation was built in the 80s. I think it was part of a competition, and it was really by Sheikh Zayed, who wanted to build, the founder of the UAE, who wanted to build this cultural center in Abu Dhabi. And I'm not an expert on the design itself, but you can see that it was actually listed also on the national list as a way that translates Islamic, inspired by Islamic architecture combined with modern architecture. The photo at the top you can see is the full site, but today if you go you can only see the actual building at the back. That's because it was demolished, and I heard a story that because it's very connected to the Abu Dhabi community, at some point they wanted to demolish the whole site for a new development, and students from Immerse University, and I heard they were all women students who came out and protested against the demolition. So they stopped the demolition. That's why we have this building. And it was one of the first buildings that was registered also in Abu Dhabi as modern heritage, rehabilitated and preserved since 2015. And today it's an important cultural site, I think, in the Emirates as a whole. And this really shows the history or the timeline of culture in the UAE.
Thank you. Is there any other examples that any of you would like to highlight and talk about?
I think it's not a specific example, but I think also when we developed criteria on the Dubai level of what is to be preserved, it was important to look at well as on the impact, not just on community, but as well on typologies. So, for example, the Jafar Dougan, who is a very renowned Palestinian architect practicing in the region at the time, he established a lot of the kindergarten typologies for schools. And it was about at least preserving, I think it's more important to look at examples like if it's a typology of a Jafar Dougan kindergarten, which unfortunately there's very few of left, and this is UAE-wide, not just Dubai specific. It is important to look as well at the theory and context behind things. So the first public library, which is under Dubai Culture actually, Ras Library, opened in 1963. It is not, the building is not impressive, but the idea that we needed a public library in 1963 with the level of education at the time, etc., this is impressive. So this is where you start looking at context and history. So these are examples that are always worth highlighting. I think Fatma had in her slides as well the clock tower roundabout. I mean, Otto Bullard was not even, I mean, he designed the Dubai Zoo as well, and he designed the clock tower. And the idea behind it, the story that the clock came as a gift to Sheikh Rashid when his daughter got married, and that's why they wanted a monument. But what happened with Clock Tower is not the clock tower itself, it's the urbanization that happened in the entire district around it. So these are examples that are important to highlight. Al Safa Park, it was the first public park in Dubai. Actually, technically, Al Mishraf was the first natural reserve in the late 1800s, and then in the 1900s we had Al Safa Park. So again, it is not about those as examples, but we have to understand their impact on the entire city and what resulted in there. So you have very simple buildings as well on Sheikh Zayed Road that are still there as modernist structures, but the impact they had on economy at the time, on foreign investment in the 70s, and a lot of people think, oh, foreign investment started in the 2000s. No, it didn't. A lot of this happened in the 70s, in the 80s, and this infrastructure is what laid the ground for Dubai to become what it is today. It's not post-oil boom, it is not the 2008 and 2007 development, it's that visionary infrastructure of the 60s and 70s that they laid the ground for it to have the kind of architecture it has today. Successful or not, this is what laid the infrastructure for it.
And picking on this idea of foreign investment, uh, Fatma, you mentioned Joran Harris in your talk, and you mentioned Jafar Touqan in your talk. Can you tell us a little bit about the role of these architects, whether they're foreigners or they're Arab architects that were invited or took part in the region's modern heritage of the UAE?
I think you can.
So I think, yes, definitely. I think the idea as well is we were very open to exchange of knowledge and expertise, and we don't shy away from that until today. We welcome everyone, we welcome their expertise, and we celebrate it. And I think that this is fundamental to how the UAE even was pre-union, while unified, and until today. This is something we depend on, exchange of knowledge. And the majority of architects who practiced modernism in Dubai at the time were British, Japanese, Arab educated in Western countries. So there's also Zaki Humsi, who helped actually Otto Bollard at the clock tower roundabout, Khatib Alami. You have a lot of those practices, and what is interesting is a lot of them continue to practice in our region and did not want to go back. So I think that's where it is interesting, but also they brought their own set of understandings and expertise and learnings. And then a lot of local architects also started to learn from that and there are a lot of other buildings on the creek that respond to Burj Rashid, but they're done by local architects. So I think that became a response to it, but it is the idea of celebrating them and also just not looking, another thing is not looking at their work only in the UAE, but a lot of them practiced across the Gulf. So it is a Gulf collective of modernism, I would say.
Thank you for that. And how do you see today's youngest architects who are studying and graduating? How do you see them contributing or more or less carrying this legacy forward?
I think from my side, what I see mostly, not just architects thinking the same way and in terms of preserving the memory of place and the stories, translating the stories of these places, but also reinterpreting them in other forms. So I see a lot of artists, creatives, photographers being inspired by this important phase. And I think this is what's important. As Maria mentioned, we don't want to preserve a place and keep it like stuck in time and make it a museum. It's about how it lives through the different generations, and that's how you really preserve a building. I remember when we studied, the best way to preserve a building is to live in it, to have people use it. That's how you preserve it, because they're going to take care of it. And I think this is really important. How does modern architecture speaks to the different aspects, whether it's economy, whether it's society, whether it's environment, and so on.
Can I ask you to add more about the grant you guys also announced, because it is
Oh,
targeting
yes.
a lot of younger architects and practitioners?
Yes, of course. So recently we just launched a grant program in collaboration with Zayed University. And the grant program looks into this phase of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we have two categories. One category is research, which is very important and in a way missing that we need. But the other category is the creative research. So your work can be an artwork, but what is the research and documentation that you do behind this? So here we want to also connect that whatever we do for our creative practice, how is it rooted to our own culture and history?
Thank you both. Is there any questions from the audience? Go ahead, Salim.
We can hear you.
Thank you, guys. There's a wealth of knowledge here. And as someone that maybe doesn't have a lot of history in my head, what archives do you use or what tools do you use to collect this historical knowledge that you reference, or especially like imagery? I know that a lot of things are either gate kept or they're behind the paywall, or they're in places that you just don't know where they are. So how do you both, and then Lina also you, how do you access these documents, these files, these images, these drawings?
I can answer first. You need to be very persistent and annoying to get access to archives. Zabir School, the first set of drawings I ever received was, and keep very good connections. I contacted someone who was with me in school 2 years younger from the Safarini family, who did restoration on the school back in the 80s, and I got coffee stain drawings, but the first set of drawings I ever saw of the school. So I think you need to be consistent, and you need to look at archives outside the UAE. I think there was a mistake that a lot of the archives are there, they're actually not. So a lot of John Harris's archives, a lot of different, even Jafar Tuqan's archives, a lot of things I found in British libraries and other resources. If you contact families, they are surprisingly very open to give you information, especially when it's younger generations who want to celebrate the memories of their grandparents and their parents who practiced in the region. That was another way. A lot of restoration construction companies are also very good archives to contact. Al Mulla, who did Al Mulla Plaza, who also constructed Dubai Municipality building, by the way. You go to Mulla Plaza, you go to the last floor, and you be very nice to them. They will open a catalog for you and show you every project that was constructed by them. And I documented every single page of that. So it's a lot of on-field research because there's no library. And also, unfortunately, all the buildings of 70s, 80s, 90s were not even digitized.
Yeah.
So the drawings are not even in the municipality system. So some archives are lost, and some things like schools, for example, they were with the labor ministry, not with the actual school. So you have to do a lot of that, and you have to keep very nice connections. And if you hand one, attach yourself to them.
Yeah. I remember I talked to the son of the architect who did the Salat Tower with the golf ball at the top, which really is now has been built in a lot of Emirates with the same prototype, and they were very happy to Jeffrey Erickson. Yeah. They're very happy to share what they have of their father, and they were really proud, and they wanted to even document it in 3D modeling and other stuff. So just talk to people and try to dig in and be annoying and go physically. I did my research during COVID, so I contacted the British Archive. You'll be surprised by how much they have of our own than what we have here. I mean, the UAE, but a lot of it was not digitized, and you would have to go there and enter and access and look at everything, and you'll find a lot of information even when you didn't think about it.
And just following on that, do you think it's important for us in the UAE, whether locals and foreigners, to come together and try to categorize or organize this information in such a way that is possibly available in the future to our future generation?
Yeah, I think this is an archival mandate that has to be done, and I think it's also ethically the duty of a researcher, a good researcher, to contribute further to the field by giving what they have and not gatekeep things. I think this is very important. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And
that question was for you as well.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
I think because I come from a background in academia, and we have a lecture in the afternoon that will show you how we collect first-hand knowledge and how we work with the students to generate knowledge in the classroom as a basis to that. Please go ahead.
I want to thank you guys so much for this honestly inspiring talk. I have an internal thought that I always have in my practice, which is Burj Khalifa, Dubai Mall, a lot of these modern or buildings say something about Dubai's or UAE's personality, which is we're resilient, we can be number one, we can compete, we are global. So I think to a certain extent they are part of our culture, part of our identity. But they might not represent it in terms of aesthetics and looks. So my question is, how do I navigate moving forward as an architect to the future? Showing these characters of the UAE, being capable, but at the same time keeping something that people feel they're proud of and it's part of their identity. Do you feel like there's a project that attempted to do that, or it's still in research?
I will not answer on the project. I have my own opinions, but I think for me it is important for you to do what you think is right and what you think represents the identity. There's no universal answer of yes or no, because what you think represents the Emirati identity to you might not respond to others, right? And I think, for example, the words you use, resilient, right? I see it in the modernist architecture of the 70s and 80s, because even at that time that was something that was, what are you doing? Where's the ornamentation? Where is the decoration on the buildings and all these windows and all of this. So they also found it difficult at the time, right? So I think you need to do that, but also I think that we are, at the end of the day, Dubai specifically a city of superlatives, right? We are known to build the largest and the tallest. Whether you agree or you don't, we are a city of superlatives. Maybe it's a matter of choosing what superlative works for you. So maybe you are the first who recycles a certain material or reintroduces a traditional material in a certain way. So you can be maybe the largest sustainable practice in the UAE. You could be the most site sensitive. So you can choose what superlatives respond to you, and I think that would be a way. I don't practice privately, so I cannot respond on how you would practice, but I would say you can maintain that identity of superlatives, but in your own language architecture. That is what I would say.
And staying on the point, it's something that within the college or with my colleagues we sometimes discuss. If we fast forward 50 years from now, let's say, and look back, will we look at Burj Khalifa and other buildings that we see at the moment as star architects? Will we look at them in a vernacular way? And that's a question. Because there's something about architecture which architects don't control, and that's time and occupation and passage. If we go back to the 70s, the older generation did not relate to these modern heritage buildings the way we relate to them now. And the difference between them and now is this 30 years of gap, 30 years of time, of use, of occupation, of inhabitation that we have with these buildings. So it's something that, I mean, we'll never know until we go back forward and look back. But who knows? I mean, maybe how we will look at these buildings in 50 years' time.
And how they grow on you as well, right? I heard somebody from the delegation the other day say as well, oh, I did not like the Museum of the Future, but it has grown on me. So that's another thing as well, right? You get to accept it. I think this is what you do learn to accept it because it grows on you, right? So there is as well human adaptation to things.
And there's also how it integrates itself in city, into the society over time.
Yeah.
Just to continue, because I really love the idea of more cultural superlatives. So one attempt that I had was, because I knew it was Dubai, and I wanted to create some sort of a cultural regional architecture. So I thought, okay, if it's Dubai, and for example in Abu Dhabi we have Sheikh Zayed Mosque, which is a bit more on the wider type of building. So what if we create the tallest mosque in the world? What's funny is that what I loved is that later I continued it in an exhibition of how would it feel to pray, let's say, 800 meters above ground. So what I love is that this became very specific to our region as a Muslim country, and at the same time it's very specific to Dubai being, in love with superlatives.
And I think that's how identities, especially in Dubai, are created.
Yeah, I think it's we have to see it from not only from our point of view, which we are a local community, but also from the Dubai community, where it's really Dubai is about the world. And at that day, it's very interesting when you speak to different, let's say, audiences, you will get different response. We usually respond to what's going on, maybe saying, maybe we could do it better. We should maybe tweak it to our culture. We need to do something like maybe more Emirati. What's interesting that when you talk to other communities in Dubai, they are also seeing that this is their contribution to Dubai, to build something really ambitious, futuristic, maybe challenging. Also, sometimes is an opportunity to do something that is not being able to do it else in the world. And Dubai is a place for that kind of visions. And I think that's why it's interesting. Dubai is interesting for me. Not liking of a style, let's say, or like big buildings, small buildings, but the ability to absorb all these different communities and their dreams and ambitions in a global level. I think it's something that is very true about Dubai. And we should, I think, look at it like this And we are joining it and we are welcoming this, let's say, agendas and visions from different people all around the world. And I think we should join this race, whether we want to give a different kind of perspective or maybe also do some crazier things maybe.
Just want to add to what Ahmed just said is, again, we go back to modernism. A lot of people think Dubai, this has this Disneyfication approach that happened in the 2000s where we built all of these things. The experimentation that happened in Dubai happened from the 60s. It did not happen now. Building the biggest port in the world in the 70s, Jabal Ali was the biggest experiment and risk at the time. And we interviewed people for oral history for Shanghala Museum who told us, they even told Sheikh Rashid, you're out of your mind, how are you going to build this? We have a port already that has only 2 vessels parked in it. He said, I'm not building it for us, and I'm not building it for my children, I'm building it for my children's children. And today it is the biggest port in the world. So the biggest operational port in the world. And that is so impressive. That means you opened your land for experimentation 50 years ago. Today you're reaping the results. So some of this experimentation and allowing these different projects to happen, good or bad, again, you can't have success without failure. So you have to fail to learn. So experimentation is not always bad. And this is something that I like. I like that Dubai's experimentation. Whether it succeeds or fails, I like that we try.
Yeah, especially also Burj Rashid. I read a lot on Showpiece City by Todd Rees, who did the research on Burj Rashid. And you can see how John Harris, it was an empty land, it was a desert. And actually the first proposal was a courtyard building, multi-story building. And Sheikh Rashid said, no, I want a tower. And John Harris
But you know what?
traveled also to, yes,
He wanted a tower because he went to in the 1960s to New York.
yes.
And he was on the Empire State Building and he saw the Twin Towers being built, the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And he said, I want one in Dubai.
Yes,
That's
yes.
how it happened.
Yeah, so John Harris also went to the US and he went to Tokyo and he saw the trade towers and he designed something similar and he came to Sheikh Rashid with 2 towers and then Sheikh Rashid said, no, I just want one. So he designed something similar to the trade tower in Tokyo. And, but the challenge in construction is really something that is amazing at that time. I mean, the soil, how can we dig deep into this desert was really challenging for the engineers. And I think this was the turning point. And I think how Dubai is today, it really started from back then.
Because it was the tallest building in the Arabian
In the
Peninsula
region
at
for
the time.
20 years.
So Burj Khalifa was not the first time we do the tallest thing.
Yeah.
We have always been a superlative city.
Yes.
It's just how it works. And today Burj Rashid is celebrated as, oh, look at how site sensitive. At the time, it did exactly what Burj Khalifa did in the 2000s.
So maybe 50 years down the line, we'll look at Burj Khalifa and talk about how site sensitive it
I mean,
is.
it's been like 15 years now, like, wow, time flies.
Any final remarks or from? Yeah, sure.
Thank you both so much. I think it's been really great conversations today. I think my question would be like now, starting the policy, looking at awareness of kind of modern heritage, and we've been hearing a lot of great things of how that's been doing. But I'm sure there's been a lot of challenges or a lot of kind of resistance as well from the other side of maybe it's developers, maybe it's private owners. So maybe you can shed some light on that and how you're trying to tackle that. Is it just about ongoing conversation? Is it education? I know a lot of what the ministry is also doing is focusing on like kind of campaigns to like, what's the value of modern heritage? Because I think as our community and creatives, we understand that, but perhaps the rest of the public will not understand. And I think, with Dubai's fast-paced growth and you see this is prime location, why should we keep this space? So if maybe there's some stories that you can share or some insights.
I think there are 2 challenges. First, how can you, a lot of developers think, oh, how can we make money from this? So it's easier to just demolish and build something new. And the other thing is, how do we preserve it? We don't have the practice. We don't have the guide, like there's no guidebook on how to preserve. And that's because each building is different. I want to highlight the ex-architects project on Mohammed bin Khalifa House. When they tried to preserve the building, there was the deterioration of the steel frames, the concrete, And they had, I think you had a proposal for the columns and how you're going to preserve them. But then when you went to site, you found that each column is actually different and each needed a different treatment. So you don't really get this guidebook until you go into practice, and that's something that we think is missing. But talking from the ministry point of view, that's something that we want to develop, combining these case studies together and giving them to the different owners that want to preserve the building but don't know how to start and where to start. I think this is one thing.
I think another important thing is what incentives are you giving private owners for them to preserve? In a lot of other cities, especially in Europe, there are a lot of incentives that are given to owners of historical buildings once they are listed. So they get certain tax exemptions, etc. So you incentivize them to protect their buildings because they're privately owned. So an incentive program is something that we need to look into as private owners. As Dubai Culture, we do own some assets that are modern heritage. So as a government, our role is then to advocate for these assets and showcase them as exemplary case studies of how you can do it if you want to do it. So this is from a government role as an owner. But then we need to also look at from the government, how can we incentivize as well private owners of these.
Thank you. I think we have time for one or two more questions. If there's any? Yeah.
Thank you again for this beautiful conversation about the modern heritage and your practices. I'd like to ask you about, do people of Dubai, whether it's they're local Emirati or expats, do they, okay, so I will phrase it this way. Their sense of nostalgia, is it different from the rest of the Emirates? Because I believe that the gradient of development is so compressed. You know, you have the traditional typology, and then you have the modernist buildings, and then you have high tech. You know, Burj Al Arab. You have, you know, this the global international style. So, is it different? Do they look at the past in a different way? Do they perceive it differently? How do they respond to this fast-paced development?
I think again this goes back to why modern heritage became important and got coined as a term, because people became nostalgic for the past, right? People look at Hayat Regency. It is not demolished. It has no threat right now of being demolished. But that's where people got married initially in Dubai, and that's the first ice rink. We used to go ice skating indoors. It is common. So when people grew up and started to see this fast-paced world of Dubai Mall and Mall of the Emirates and those things, they started to reminisce, right? Think about, oh, remember our school trips? We used to go ice skating there and we used to go there. And I think that reminiscence is what contributed to these preservation efforts. And another thing as well that I think is very important in Dubai is documenting through oral history. And oral history is not documenting only older people and only older crafts. No, oral history is documenting anyone's memory of place, anyone's memory of a moment, right? And then I think through that we're creating or bringing back a collective memory of the city, and it continues to develop, right? This is not frozen in time again. And I think everyone is contributing to that, local or not. And again, Dubai has been a port city all its life, so we've never been only a local population. We've always been a population of everyone. I know our CEO, Mona Al-Gurk, Allah yadhkurha bil khair, and she always says something and I love it. She says Dubai is not a melting pot of cultures because we don't all become one. We're a chopped salad. Each one maintains its own identity. And I like that. And that's how I think the people of Dubai always respond to our culture. I would say.
Thank you.
I talked a lot.
And I think we'll have to end at that note of Dubai being a pot of different cultures. Thank you for a chopped salad of different cultures. Thank you, Fatma. Thank you, Mariam. And thank you, audience.
Thank you very much, Fatma and Mariam, and also Dina for moderating. We will break for lunch until 1:15. We will come back. And the next session after lunch would be 1:30. So enjoy your break and see you soon. Thank you.
This is the microphone and it's ready.
Test, 1, 2, 1, 2.
say a few words. So, first of all, a warm thank you to the UAE Pavilion to welcome us for having this lunch in this specific room. I could see the beautiful scenery and then the pillars, and that we can feel both being here in Japan, where wood is a strong point, but also feel coming back from the UAE. And I want to thank all of you to have made the effort to come. Sorry. To have come all the way for the inauguration of the Women Pavilion here. And your presence really means a lot to us, and of course to our regions in the Middle East. And it's a part which is a continuity. The Women Pavilion and Dubai Expo were the first. Well, there had been once a long, long time ago in Vienna, but not at all in the same way. But the fact to define that in universal exhibition, women have their full space and should be represented fully came from the idea of Dubai Expo and from the Expo committee. So it's been a first. And it's a part which is very symbolic too, that the UAE is as an independent nation, a young nation, I guess 1970s, and see the achievement in all this short period of time, meaning one generation of founders and their descendants, but just one generation afterwards, see what Abu Dhabi and Dubai and Sharjah have become. It's just incredible. There are very few countries in the world that can come from basically bare land and to make beautiful cities, but also not only that, culture, technology, development. So in this way, where it was to be an protected countries kind of, but not to be independent, UAE has become referent. It's become at the forefront of many things. And the fact it can be able to bring, especially on women empowerment and development, thing that can be useful also for Japan, which is a very old nation. It's been the same nation for basically 2,000 years. Of course, had a lot of difficulties and wars and things like that, but they're the same. If you go to Kyoto, there are some temples that have been there for 1,500 years. It is the same worship all this time. After the exhibition, I will go to a place in Shima where there is the Issei Jingu, one of the oldest temples on the planet, to be still in activity and being constantly destroyed and rebuilt every 20 years. But the spirit of the founders can be constantly the same. So this country is both very old, very new. Some part looks super modern and some part archaic. And the part of the space of women in society remains lagging in many, many areas, creating many, many issues, of course. But we know that when women thrive, humanity thrives. When women do not thrive, then demography goes nowhere. And that's one of the problems here, that it's known that the demography will decrease, but not as fast as it's coming now, because the space of women is not enough for us. In this respect, the way UAE has moved is first impressive on rights and obligation, representation, and everything done to build the future together, with a continuity with what was done 70 years ago, which is just amazing. And there's a lot of learning, not only here, but for all of us. But thank you for being here, and thank you for leading the way. Ladies.
That would be helpful. So I think just so that I can leave my things here, but if you don't mind. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an absolute delight to welcome you all to the UAE Pavilion at Expo Osaka. It's so wonderful to see so many familiar faces, and it feels like a space in which my various worlds are colliding. And especially with the UAE Pavilion theme, Earth to Ether, feels very resonant with a lot of what you just mentioned, Salim, in terms of the themes of women empowerment and kind of really being connected to our heritage in the UAE, but also looking towards the ether in the sky. As you know, it's been a huge honor and joy to have served as a narrative lead for the UAE Pavilion at the Expo Osaka and to have contributed towards the story that we're telling about the UAE, both in terms of the way we're drawing on our heritage to accelerate collective progress, but the ways in which we're constantly looking to the stars and looking to the cosmos. And it's really the UAE that instilled within us this belief that we can aim for the stars and quite literally reach them. A couple of months ago, actually a bit more than a couple of months ago, I was very fortunate to have written a new piece for Cartier in celebration of the Emirati women, and Emirati Women's Day. And this piece was actually, for some of you who were there, inspired by a photograph that I found of my grandmother in the 60s. And in this photograph, my grandmother is playing jump rope, and she is suspended mid-air, kind of between the earth and the ether, between the ground and the sky. And I thought that this was a wonderful metaphor for the Emirati woman who, you know, leaps for the sky and knows no bounds, but is always finding the ground. And it was around that time, kind of in late August, when we started conceptualizing the earliest seeds for what ended up becoming the narrative for this pavilion. And so this becomes a kind of full circle moment of thinking about earth to ether. And you know, as you can see, the architecture and the design is inspired by the date palm, and the way in which the date palm is rooted in the earth but reaching for the sky, a kind of, you know, metaphor and personification of both the UAE journey, but also of the people of the UAE, and their sky-high ambitions that are rooted and grounded, and in fact has always been. And so our ancestors always relied on the stars for navigation, and we're quite literally reaching for the stars. And I'm very honored and happy to have you all here with us today, and looking forward to sharing some words with you. So this poem is called, as some of you also know, I'm also a poet in addition to the work that I do as part of the team here. And I had the honor of sharing a poem called From the Earthly to the Ethereal at the opening. And this is a little different than what I usually write. So it's a series of haiku. It's structured with the traditional Japanese form of the 5-7-5, but a series of them. And the reason I chose haiku is because, there are many reasons, and it's not only because it's one of the most traditional and well-known forms of poetry in the history of literature in Japan, but also because this pavilion is all about utilizing traditional forms to invoke collective progress, and this is a moment in which I'm utilizing a traditional form to, share some words to this wonderful collection of people here in this room. Here it goes. Sift stardust from soil, they sailed, following the scale, unearthed stratospheres. Tree of life rooted and soaring at once, in light of a lineage. They relied on stars, Mars, more than merely a myth of the earth, the ether. إرث وأثر من الأرض إلى الأثير. Legacies woven in decades of April skies, astral canopy, Arish canopy, columning to the cosmos, like we always have. Celestial beams contour palm frond silhouettes, foreshadowing dreams, and dreamers nurtured a knowing that they can aim for the stars and reach them. 55 years birthed a return, a retelling, though these roots breathe deep. Continuations in lieu of Sakura dawns, cylinders take flight. Satoyama meets sky, where oases meet. sees pulse of a palm etched into this door of goodness. Iridescent aims woven in sedu, veining through verse, tree of life, braided into khus, sight set to solar essence, intergalactic grounds, phosphorescence, pulse of a legacy, a story, a heartbeat, soaring from earth to ether. إرث وأثر من الأرض إلى الأثير. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
sure that both of them are working. Oh,
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us once more. This is Pillars of Arish Architecture in Transition, a two-day symposium hosted here at the UAE Pavilion, supported by Dubai Culture. Our first two sessions this morning were titled Cultural Convergence, the Impact of Japanese Architecture on Gulf Regional Identity, and secondly, Connecting Threads, Modern Heritage's Connection to the Vernacular and the Contemporary. Today, we will be continuing our sessions.
And now, please join us for East to East, Japanese architecture in Emirati context, whereby we have two very established architects and speakers, Takeshi Muruyama and Ahmed Al-Ali from X-Architect, who will be actually involving and exploring the cross-cultural dialogue between Japanese and Emirati architecture as they navigate cultural specificity and global influences. They will be moderated by Ahmed Bukhash, our lead delegate, also a speaker of one of the first session of the symposium today morning. So I think I'll just leave it for Ahmed Bukhash to continue this session. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Today we'll be having a very interesting panel discussion. We are joined with Mr. Takeshi Maruyama and with Ahmed Al-Ali, both well-established architects from Japan and from the Emirates. No need to say much, but mashallah, Ahmed is one of the recipients of the Aga Khan Award for Architecture. They have gotten global recognition for their Wasat wetland project in among master planning projects, which I keep on repeating to him that he is one of the few architects from a local perspective that has a global footprint, not only in the Emirates, but also in the Gulf as a whole. Similarly, Mr. Maruyama, I had the privilege of working with him for many years. He is a graduate of Tokyo University. He is also was working under Hiroshi Hara, if I'm not mistaken. Laboratory.
I study under Hiroshi Hara.
His Hiroshi Hara laboratory. So I would allow a few minutes to allow them to make introduction. I had the privilege of both meeting friends and colleagues at the same time. So I would allow them a few minutes to introduce themselves as well, and then we will start our discussion.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Takeshi Maruyama, and I used to live in Dubai for 17 years. I just moved to Dubai in 2006, and I just came back to Japan 2 years ago because I got a baby. But before that, I moved into Dubai, and I worked for a local architecture and design firm for 5 years. And after working there, then I got independent because I got several offers for the Japanese Western design and so on. And I started my own practice. And then Mr. Ahmed Bukhash reached out me, and he asked me to join his company. So after that, I worked with him for almost like 10 years for many Emirati residential houses and so on. And meanwhile, I got the offer to teach in American University in Dubai as a professor. So the last 10 years, I was working for American University in Dubai as a professor, and I was teaching mainly senior students for graduate theses and projects. And I remember even Mr. Ahmed came to our review. It was like 10 years ago, or I don't remember, and he gave us a very good critiques as far as I remember. And yes, that's my whole story in Dubai. Thank you.
Ahmed, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmed Al-Ali. I'm an Emirati architect. I established a studio called X-Architects, which is an architecture studio interested in investigating creating um, um, new ways of doing architecture in our region, especially representing a voice from the UAE and representing the beautiful, let's say, rich culture that we have, the interesting environment we have, and try to, as much as possible, project that into the future. So I interact a lot with academia also, where I remember visiting your studio. We like to do researches beside the architectural work, and this enrich our understanding of architecture. And urbanism is part of our also scope. I like to do large-scale projects because I think we are facing big problems in the world and some also common issues like the environment, the environmental problems that we have. So sometimes the job of architects does not restrict into the doing a building, but rather than maybe larger than that, to a cities, regions, and almost collaboration across even the continents. So yeah, I would like to maybe share later on my presentation.
Inshallah. Thank you so much. So given your in-depth knowledge, both you and Mariama-san, in terms of both local scale and global scale, what do you think is the role that sustainability plays so well in Japanese architecture, and how can these principles be applied to Emirati buildings? So I leave the question open to both of you. Please feel free to jump in as you see fit.
Since it's a Japanese architecture, I think maybe you.
Okay, so maybe I should talk about the trend in Japan, how to tackle the sustainability issues. As you can see, now our main concern is how to use wood efficiently. You can see in a big ring, surrounded this expo. That is also the same idea. So it works as a CO2 storage, as you may know. So we can save the CO2 emission by using wood. And the same technique is used for the high-rise building. And now our challenge is to build the complete high-rise building by wooden structure. And a lot of universities and researchers are trying to do that. And it's almost there. Honestly speaking, in terms of technique, I think Japan is a little bit behind compared to the Europe and the States, but we are trying to catching up. And moreover, I found that the ring is work very efficiently as a shading device, and shading device is also very clue when you design something in Dubai or in the Arab world, as all local architects are tackling, I assume. And I remember Dubai Expo has a very nice shading device, and it creates a very comfortable walkable space. And the walkable space is also the clue to go hereafter, because to get rid of automobilization society, we have to think how people can walk comfortably. In such sense, unfortunately, I think this Osaka Expo footprint is all covered by so-called hardscapes such as stones and tiles, and it will radiate a lot of heat. And I think this expo should have considered the hardscape a little more, including more greenery, softscape. Otherwise, I think in a hot August, it will be a disaster, in my guess. Yeah.
That's very interesting. I think, to be honest, when it comes to materiality, there is a lot also to learn from Japanese architecture and architects, and maybe apply it to an Emirati condition too. So you are talking about the wood and how the wood is called carbon. We use mud, and we use mud bricks, and these mud bricks, they've been sustainable in our, let's say, part of the world. It absorbs the heat during the day and releases it and do the opposite in the summer. So it's very cool actually in the space in the middle of noontime in the summer because the material itself has absorbed coolness throughout the night and release it during the day. So how we could really modernize this? Yeah, you are saying maybe Japan is behind doing this. We are so behind. We didn't even started maybe. I think this is maybe an opportunity to start these kind of thinking of how really we could use materials that are resource locally.
Exactly.
React to the environment locally. It could really become an alternative, passive alternative to the system and mechanical systems that we are using.
Exactly.
So I could see this from the materiality. I could see even the interest. It's interesting that you were talking about Expo here and the shade and shadow. And this is also very, and as an Emirati, we understand that because we always concerned about the human experience and the human scale. And it's very important for us not only to be impressive and to give, let's say, the wow effect, but also to take care and cascade to the detail of the human comfort. And in both cultures, I can see maybe the traditional cultures, we wear nicely like this, and this is very comfortable for our environment. Also, Japanese has developed beautiful clothes for the environment.
Yukata.
Exactly. And it's very comfortable.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It is.
Maybe yours.
It looks really nice and elegant and
I have tried both, so they're both comfortable. Don't worry.
So that makes me really, let's say, wonder that we have, let's say, commonalities of interest when it comes to these kind of issues.
I agree.
So we'll ask the second question, which is in terms of can Japanese design principles such as simplicity and minimalism be effectively applied to Emirati buildings, and what benefits might this give us?
Yeah, in my opinion, a lot of Western people relate our simplicity to like a Zen style, like a Zen spirit. But of course, there is such kind of aspect, I believe. But more importantly, simply, it's more about how to make efficient building in a small land. Yeah, we have such a limited land, and how to maximize the area and the windows and so on, considering the surroundings and very complicated regulations in Japan. Then sometimes one best efficient solution will be very simple modern building. And this can be, of course, applied to Dubai, I believe. And when I jumped in Dubai in 2006, there's so many fancy buildings design are trying to happen in the middle of the desert. Very funny shapes and so on. But nowadays, what I can see in Dubai is more thinking about the efficiency, yet modern, nice design. So in such sense, I think Dubai is trying to adopt such kind of things. And moreover, the simplicity, maybe we can go back to the idea of materiality. We do appreciate the simple beauty of the materials. And such as stones, without polishing and so on, just use the stones and paves as it is, like dry gardens we can see in Japan. And the same thing might be applied to other countries, and I really appreciate the design of this UAE pavilion using Arish as it is, and it is already beautiful. So I think this is the one way to adopt the simplicity to the modern architecture.
And maybe I'll look at it also from the most interesting things that we can apply directly to our, let's say, and we've been applying it, is also the approach of the Japanese design to gardens, to landscape, which I think can't really have greenery so much, and if we have to pay a lot of, it's very unsustainable to do this for a lot of energy. So to find the beauty in the simplicity by just stones, crushed stones, or by compositions, and so on, I can see that many cities, maybe you started with Abu Dhabi, and now is going to other cities, we're starting to use less greenery and plantations, but rather than use a beautiful stones and dry landscape, which is very sustainable for our part of the world. And to consider that one beautiful, because it's for us also what is beauty is matters, you know. Usually, okay, lush green and beautiful, like a garden-like landscape, we've considered as beautiful, but
not
again,
sustainable.
not sustainable in our region. But again, we are seeing a shift now towards seeing this simplistic, let's say, design element that we could really apply to our cities and buildings. Yeah.
Such as dry landscaping, I think going to Japan, it really triggers your senses in the simplicity and comfort. Now looking at it at a bigger scale, what do you think are lessons that we can learn, for example, in terms of the challenges in building in harsh desert climates? Because I think both, in my opinion, Japan has also lessons learned not only in individual buildings, but also on a city master planning level. And you, mashallah, Ahmed, you have done, I know, many master plans in Saudi Arabia as well in Dubai. So using your unique experience, what do you think if we were to collaborate together between Japan and Emirati and architects, what are the lessons that you think we can come out of addressing the issue of climate change and the harsh desert climate and planning in that?
I think one thing is attention to detail, maybe, and attention to really the human scale is something that is very crucial when you come to designing a large urban design. We have been, let's say, spoiled by really taking maybe mostly the American model of city planning.
Car-oriented, you mean a car-oriented city?
Car-oriented city, and it's not human-oriented, not pedestrian, and the scale is so large, and it's meant to enjoy by car, and not to take your, you just walk in the city and enjoy. I think this is really an important point that we have to, yes, we need to modernize, but we need to, what I enjoy here, the integration between so many different mobilities and mode of transfer, and working so beautiful, like orchestrating, the city. And for us, we didn't yet reach that level of population and kind of busy cities, but it's interesting to see that you can create a city that is friendly to human, mobility that is very efficient, beside the individual kind of mode of transport. So in my opinion, that this is something we can learn a lot from that kind of expertise.
Great, yes.
Do you have anything to share about this topic?
Yes, I really agreed with what Mr. Ahmed said, and I think in Japan we have many different layers in urbanism, so from urban scale to the very small details considering the pavement and so on, and all like layers are maybe working quite well, respecting each other, and even one layer missed, maybe that kind of like a harmony won't happen. So I don't say all like developments in Japan is going well, but each like a specialist or each professionalist do consider each layer in details and talk each other in details, and that will create a kind of like a harmony if I follow Mr. Ahmed's words. And when I think how how I can, for example, design something in the middle of the desert. We have many similarities, as Mr. Ahmed said. For example, the sikka, the narrow array, we can often see in Arabic words, and we did have such kind of so-called logi. Logi is a very narrow array, and as you guys may know, the narrow array works quite well environmentally because it can enhance the natural ventilations and it can shade the alley itself by the buildings. And I think the Saudi pavilion is using that kind of idea. That's what I haven't visited yet. But it's quite similar because there's no mechanical ventilation in the past. So how to enhance the ventilation nicely? And we did have a similar, I think, ideas. And I personally think we can learn a lot from ancient wisdoms. That's my opinion. Yeah.
So that leads me to the last question, which deals about the opportunities of collaboration, which actually we have partially addressed. However, I always argue that living here in Japan for a certain amount of time, I think the model of transit-oriented design is a successful factor if added to the framework of Dubai planning. So, as you said, Ahmed, and you noticed the seamless integration between metro systems, and also Mariama-san, you mentioned as well how well it worked. When you look at the details all the way from when you leave your house to enter the bus, to go into the metro, and then go for the fast-speed train to another city, it's almost seamless, that integration. Looking at the fast-paced development in Dubai and the population that is supposed to double, inshallah, within about another 5 years or 10 years or so, as per the 2040 plan of Dubai. In my experience, when we had Dubai Expo, everybody was taking their cars and parking in the public park and taking the buses into the pavilions, and nobody was complaining. But now we're back to the model of using the cars to go for our daily systems. How do you think we can address that by learning? Because in my opinion, there is definitely a positive sign of adapting that model, but to be working within the city as a whole. But what do you think are the challenges from both of your experience, why that is not being adapted as well as it is being done in Japan?
See, I think as mentioned, it's really about integrating the details and the different layers together to create that kind of harmony between the different layers. And when simply you talk about each layer, it also comes with the philosophy of, let's say, the nation or the philosophy of the people at every layer. So you mentioned very nicely about also being, like, for example, quiet and silent in the, for example, metro, and it comes all kind of, together, and certain things does not work in isolation from the cultural and from the philosophy point of view. And I think it's very important for us to really consider and not to isolate the built environment and the constructed environment from our way of thinking.
Very nice.
And when I say our way of thinking, I don't say it in the narrow, let's say, perspective, but in a Dubai perspective where everybody is welcome, but again, what kind of experience you want to give. So to focus the developments to human welfare, there are many projects now in Dubai is trying to stitch the city together and try to create a kind of lifestyle within a certain areas. So you could really, for example, walk or cycle for kilometers without a need for a car. And these kind of projects, I think we need more of them. And you can see communities coming together. By the way, Dubai is becoming more mature as a next level.
Yep.
And I think it's more interesting now to see how these different, let's say, parts of the city started to get stitched together and start to work in harmony back together. So we can learn from the Japanese experience and understand this complexity of the different layers, relating it back to human behavior, thinking, social, and so on, and then try as much as possible to bring architects, landscapes, designers, and so forth, think infrastructure designers to think together to create an integrated, gluing, let's say, solutions.
Yes, again, I agree with what Mr. Ahmed said. I think when I went to Dubai for the first time, I saw many independent kind of cities are building up unrelatively together. And maybe what Mr. Ahmed said is how to stitch the gap between each isolated cities. So I remember some professor mentioned Dubai as a cities in a city or something. So how to stitch, how to connect each other is a clue. But unfortunately, people still rely on cars because there is no matured public transportation system. And I believe His Highness Sheikh Mohammed is thinking about that. And was it like a 4 kilometers, as you said?
Yes.
Place like a bus stops and stations within 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers means walkable distance. So that's his vision. So what always amazed me is like the vision as a country, vision of UAE as a country. Always the UAE launched some like a very catchy vision, like a world number one city. I remember His Highness said is he wants to make the Dubai as the most comfortable living city in the world. That kind of like a catch copy is very important to move the society, I believe. In such sense, I believe Dubai or UAE is moving very rapidly, developing rapidly with like a certain vision, which I think Japan has to learn, in my personal opinion. And moreover, yes, Dubai has a very harmful climate. So how to, again, I was studying such kind of thing when I was working in the university, how to enhance walkability in harmful weather. And I think Dubai is tackling, and the key is, I think, the space in between. The gap in between. How to bridge the gap in between. So between the development area and station, or between city and city. So stitch is a very, I think, a good word, I believe. And how to do that. And so not only comfortability, also curiosity. How to enhance people's curiosity to enhance walkability. That kind of like a psychological factor is also maybe important.
Yeah, I honestly totally agree with that. Even you can see the initiatives that are drawn out between Dubai Culture and Dubai Municipality to make Al Quoz a creative district, which I think is an immense achievement in the Dubai government, where you see the bicycle tracks are now being completed that actually take people from different residential districts into others. Even for some residential districts interconnected with bicycle routes. So
I think this is really, I mean, Dubai, okay, we always have this amazing downtown picture of Dubai, with the Burj Khalifa and the fountain. But Dubai is actually a very beautiful city. You have the Abra side, the Deira and the Al Khor, and you have Jumeirah, and all the beautiful lifestyle of healthy lifestyle for running and activities on the beach and stuff like that. And you have the desert, and you have so Dubai consists of really amazing zones. And when you mention Al Quoz, I think it's an amazing opportunity to show Dubai as a city of making, that makes things, And to really allow maybe people, is like you go to maybe a larger bazaar. This whole thing becomes a larger production bazaar. I think will be an interesting things to add to the city. So many, as you know, many people move to Dubai, and nowadays they say, really, we feel like home here. And because at every, let's say, corner, there is something new, there is something unique. And the interesting thing is how to really create an overlap at certain times to make it really more smooth and not to have like the suburb isolated from the centers, or the groups, let's say, from this side it's not really interested in the other side. I mean, this is really should not happen, and we should really avoid in the planning.
This really, I think correct me if I'm wrong, Mariam-san, but whenever we do feasibility studies, we always look at the plot as a silo. We don't look at it as the external public space which actually connects that, which I think in Japanese environments we see the same attention given to buildings, given to the public space and the sidewalks. So I think the whole idea of that filling the spaces in between is very essential to understand that the landscape environment not only requires landscaping, but also requires art. So for example, you come out of Shibuya, you see a statue of a dog, and you know that is Hachiko Koen, and that dog has been waiting for his master, so became a statue. But there is history. Public space can be art, can be history, can be a museum. So I think that's what I really love in Japan. When I walk, I feel I'm walking through a storybook. In Dubai, when I exit a building, can be challenging sometimes if you compare with that. So I thank you all. I don't want to take more time, but I know we have a lot of questions to ask. But I will open now to the audience if they have any question and answer, so we can address them. So we have a mic at the back. So anybody who would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. And if you don't have, I will ask. Khulud.
My question's towards you. I think it'd be interesting to know, like as an external, someone coming from Japan to the UAE, I mean, why did you, first of all, why was UAE attractive to you at that time? And how has it shaped your practice? Have you seen, we're talking a lot about, and I think over the last few days, we've had a lot of architects from the UAE come to Japan to learn from Japanese architects and really be inspired by projects, by the landscape, by the culture. But it'd be lovely to hear from your side that has UAE done the same to you as well?
I see. So mainly why I moved into Dubai, right?
And also, how has UAE helped shape your practice now?
I see. Okay. First of all, when I heard of the name of Dubai was 2005 or 2004, when Burj Al Arab was under construction. I saw the picture of that construction, and that time, some people started saying about the name of Dubai, some crazy country in the Middle East is making a kind of palm-shaped like islands and not world tallest high-rise building and so on. And I really, because when I was working in Japan, I got stuck because the situation, the construction situation in Dubai was not good, in Japan was not so good when I was working in Japan. And on the other hand, Dubai was very booming, making a lot of high-rise buildings. So I got interested in Dubai, and I just decided to let's go and see what's going on in the middle of the desert. And when I moved into Dubai, there was nothing. The downtown was just a desert, and even the Burj Khalifa is just halfway finished, only the structure. But somehow, people are very proactive somehow, and they have a nice vision. So people themselves were very active. And I somehow got the power, got the energy from them, even from my ex-boss. And so I decided to move into Dubai because there is a kind of for me, Dubai looks like a white campus without any ready-made things. Tokyo was completely opposite. There are so many existing buildings, existing conditions, and very tight regulations. Yeah. So maybe I thought myself, maybe I can get free from such kind of things, and I can start thinking about architecture from scratch. And that happened to me. So I really, because that was my first experience, there's no rule, no budget, no regulation. You can design as you like. Oh, what I should design? That was my first experience. But creativity should be something like that. We have to create something from zero, something from scratch. In such sense, it was very challenge. How to, and that maybe empowered my career a lot. So always when I speak to some students in Japan, I told them what you will design if there is no regulations. And maybe students in Japan cannot design anything in that conditions. So that's a kind of like a very kind of initiation to me. And it was, yeah.
Thank you. And can I add one more question? If I would say, what's your favorite project that you worked on over the years that you were in the UAE? Anything that's memorable?
This one. Maybe. Yeah. My projects, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe this one. This one worked quite well in again every layer. Yeah. In terms of details, I did all like a detail design, including bookshelf designs. And there's a kind of like a structural idea, which I was inspired by the original structure. So all kind of like existing layers went well. And this is also related to the walkability. People came to this park because they want to go there.
Yes.
So they will start walking because you cannot run the cars in the park. And this was a kind of the first attempt to have this kind of commercial building in the public park in Dubai, and it was very successful because whenever you go in the weekend, a lot of people are doing a kind of picnic, and which I think didn't exist before this kind of like a project. So in such sense, yes, if I borrow Mr. Ahmed's words, all like layers and details worked quite well in this project.
Yeah, I think it was, I still have fond memories of the local community and the expat community through the Japanese interpretation of design and preservation. I think it ticked all the right boxes. So it was just full of life. So I hope that there will be an opportunity to bring it back or implement it again, or projects to that caliber. So any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much for attending this session. If you have any questions, you can approach us directly. It's been a pleasure, and I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the sessions for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Takeshi and Ahmed Al-Ali and Ahmed Bukhash for moderating as well. We might have like a brief break until we set up the next presentation. We have 2 sessions left. So the next session is with Ahmed Al-Ali, with the ex-architect, on harnessing insight and designing for specific locations in site. And then afterwards, we're ending the session with Lina and Marco Sosa from Zayed University on Limas, their design studio. So just bear with us for a bit until we come back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
It was fun.
Well, I wanted, but Galatli, we cannot.
Thank you, Ahmed. Hello.
I think we can start. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. So welcome back, everybody, from our quick and brief break. And now we're going to finalize the last two sessions of today, and which we have harnessing a site, how to navigate through constructing in a site-sensitive context, whereby Ahmed Al-Ali from X-Architect will discuss the interventions X-Architect have been doing in multiple different site contexts. So I'm going to leave the floor to you to continue and conduct this session.
Sorry. No, actually, I closed it. Yeah, so it's working. Okay, well, maybe we wait for a little bit. Okay, yeah, it's pretty okay. All right, we'll go ahead. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for inviting me today to speak and share really the work that I have been doing with you. I would like to thank Janah Al-Imarat for really hosting this beautiful event. And I would like to thank Dubai Culture team for being really generous and invite me for this beautiful opportunity. Harnessing a site. I would like to really to maybe explain a little bit about our philosophy in the office, how to approach, let's say, the design. And as a philosophy of the office, we like always to think that identity is always a moving target. So when we say that we are Emiratis and we are really create an Emirati architecture, you have to see our context first. You have to see Dubai, for example, first. And you see how global this beautiful city is, and how diverse the city is, and how it's connected to the rest of the world to understand the work that we are doing. Sometimes as an artist or as an architect, you could be in harmony with the surroundings. And sometimes actually it's interesting to even oppose the surroundings and the context. And we could argue which one is more interesting and which one is really more valid. I think it depends on what is really needed and how you react to a certain context. And this is where I'm saying context as a form generator. So I tried as much as possible, because we have such a rich and diverse community and spaces and environments even in Dubai and in the region. The landscape is so powerful and different. I always like to relate to something that is very specific. And I think the site or the context is usually, with its complex meaning, is usually a source of inspiration for me to generate completely different projects. And as you can see here, there are so many, these are icons of the projects that we have been created. They are so much different and unique, and it's not repetitive, but at the same time, they have a common of really tapping into, let's say, the environment that we are building, and also to completely the social structure and how we could really relate to certain specific sites. So I will give a direct examples for what we have achieved. And I would like to start with Wasat Wetland Center. It's a beautiful plot located between Ajman and Sharjah, and it's usually this place, it's a perfect place for a developer, a real estate developer, to develop a project because it's between two emirates. It's beautiful, linear. You could create a very successful development project. But fortunately, that this land is being a beautiful stopover for migrant birds. And being very sensitive by the ruler of Sharjah, Sheikh Dr. Sultan, and EPA, led by Hannah Suwaidi, started to look at this and said, no, we have to preserve this. And because it's unique and it has beautiful salty water in the places, and it's a safe environment for the birds who migrated from the north of the planet to the south of the planet. So they rest, this is a resting place for them. So unfortunately, it was a place for construction waste. They cleaned it up. They started to plant it. There's a mandate to really protect this area. And when they did this, a lot of birds start to come back to this beautiful plot and start to feel safe again and start to also breed on site. So we started to look at the site as a whole and look at the ecology of the site and how we could create a wonderful landscape layers where add a more, let's say, safety, psychological, let's say, safety and privacy for the birds, but also ecologically could really create a wonderful environments between the buffer zones of the trees, which are the bigger trees, and then we cascade to a smaller vegetations, and then we go to the vegetations that grows in the water. And that really has created a different scales where the birds felt safe to be within the site. And we started to draw these sections and be sensitive about the heights and the elevation of the project. And it's not about sometimes the interventions of actually building things, but rather than manipulating the landscape for your advantage. And here, of course, as you can see the section where the water is and then grows and the plants and the scale of the plants comes down, so the birds could really enjoy that kind of sense of security. And the next step then we try to do is to build a beautiful journey that, again, hidden in between the bushes, so you could really go and enjoy watching the birds in their real environment. The client wanted to build a center and wanted to really create a visitor centers for educational purpose, for also scientific research, like laboratories, and invite scientists to do their research on the birds that lands in this area. So we thought really to pick a very strategic position for the site and locate it really at the edge of the site where the site has been already been harmed by construction and has been touched before. So we said they were thinking to put it right in the middle of that development, and we said no, just try to avoid that and let's really create everything in a compact next to the developments that is already existing here and to the site that is already being touched before. And we tried to give experience. So the shape of the building comes from the program that we have. So we didn't want to make you feel that you have arrived to a building, but rather than you are walking in the landscape. And this walking is part of your journey. to the site. So you can see from here all the way, then turning and going down, all the way to see the different beautiful cages that we have designed on the site. And as you can see, this is really interesting because we said, what about we start to create a really interesting pathway and restrict this human walking into that pathway. So almost you can cage the human, but let the birds like more into their natural environment sometimes, and sometimes into the captive, breeding captive areas where the net can really also restrains there for the purpose of breeding and so on. So as you can see, by time the vegetation grew, and you can see how the buildings sit in the landscape in a very sensitive way. And remember that this place is a place for the birds landing. So any structure that is shining or coming up too much, it will be scaring the birds that is already taking that route. So we have submerged the building, so you can feel that the building is really sunk into the ground. And we use that kind of topography to make a building that is humble and a building that is really modest in the landscape. And as you see here, the details of the drawings, you can see how the interactions even, we started to create it to a kind of a child scale, where the information will be displayed in this wonderful kind of seating areas. And this is your view. And so when you walk in that corridor, we choose to create a full glass that is really also shaded and very nicely kind of, and give you kind of beautiful pictures like this. And by the way, this is a view that has no cage outside, but still you see the flamingos are going there, and some kind of birds really freely enjoying sitting there. So these are some of the pictures of the site. In the details of things, you see the glass here becomes a place of interactions, but also the glass has been tilted to reflect the ground. So the birds will not go and really fly into the glass. So these small details that as an architect is very important to bring, and to really see it not only from a human perspective, where they could really enjoy the uninterrupted view, but also from the bird perspective from the other side, where they will see a reflection of the ground, so they will not fly into the glass. And such a detail you can only achieve by sitting with the experts and understand their problems, because they run into these problems before, and proposing solutions that is very unique to the program that you have. I would like to also share with you another projects, Shandaga Historic District, the Welcome Pavilion in specific, and 2 other museums that we have designed. And it is located in the Shandaga Historic District, which is where a lot of beautiful traditional houses is being located, and it was mandated to us by the Dubai Culture team and Dubai municipalities to work on this beautiful project and to create a welcome pavilion as part of Expo 2024 in Dubai. And this meant to welcome people to the historical area, so that's why it's called Welcome Pavilion. And we wanted to, again, as usual, we started to put our ego down and start to say, okay, let's make a period where we start to do a research to understand before we start to really give a proposal. So we started to study the history of the place, the materials that has been used, and how also that area was close to the water, and the relationship between that development and the water was very crucial. So we said we want to really maybe utilize some of these kind of materials that is interesting for us. And people used to meet traditionally under Arish structure. Arish means it's like, this is Arish. Okay, you know Arish because the pavilion is all made of Arish. This is Arish too. So this is made out of palm reeds, and usually we will strip the leaves, and we will take these beautiful sticks and put them together either by beautiful rope, and we can so many different techniques where you can use it as a construction material. And they used to do it usually for a very light structure or for a meeting place and so on. So we said this is perfect. We could really, because this was a beautiful empty area in the historical place, and we said don't want to interrupt the surroundings, and we want to work with a similar language that these buildings are, which they really create a wonderful interactions to the surroundings. So, and we said we want to create a structure that it could be open, totally open, and acts like a plaza, even in the good weather, and could close in the hot environment. And it gets very hot in Dubai. So it's very flexible. We thought that we should not really put something, interrupt that beautiful surroundings. And when you are in the pavilion, you can see that the dominant form or the surroundings is actually the historic building. The building is not isolated from its surroundings. And for that, we started to do so many techniques and to hide and to show that the architecture has almost nothing. So, and I like this because I learned this one from actually Japanese detailing and architecture, where you start to hide the joint of the wood, for example, and start to create a very complex joints to make it really seamless and wonderful and hidden. And here where we started to really create a kind of mechanical area, we said we will not put something on the roof, we will put it in create a almost kind of utility tunnel, and then started to create different layers. So the structure on top and the Arish is suspended. And we tried as much as possible to create that Arish. First, we wanted to create with the similar materials that you can see here in front of you. But then we decided, we thought that this is not durable for a longer term. So we wanted to find an alternative. So we thought that using teak wood, and it will be interesting, and because it's related to dhow making, which is also part of that kind of site, history of the site. So this is the pavilion, and it sits very comfortably with this beautiful kind of aggregation of the site. This is the most interesting things now. I find that people feel very comfortable to cross the building and to interact with the building, and they are always curious about what's going on inside. Until today, I can see whenever I pass, I just stay a little bit away far and see them how they interact with the building, especially when the glass is open. And we open the full glass, so this is how you can see the buildings even from the sides. This is how, when the building is being opened, and usually in the winter is being welcoming, it acts like a plaza. And as you can see, we tried so hard to keep a simple detail and to hide all the other details on top of that roof. And that roof minimizes most of the details that happens above. Yet we try to create a direction for the wood, so it gives a sense of perspective. Even the lighting we chose, the type of light we chose is not a point. also has a direction. So you can see this beautiful flowness within the development that we have. We kept a modularity that also work with the perspectives and the luminance of the space and the construction of each panel. And I really sometimes enjoy this wonderful kind of ambiguity that creates even in the roof, which is very similar to Al Arish feeling when you're under a wonderful Arish structure. You can see even the sun is not being blocked by, let's say, the structure, but you can see wonderful patterns of the Arish into the ground. The glass, we tried as much as possible to create a larger glass. Also, the height is being studied very well to give that opportunity to fold it and to be able to have as much possible open space in between. Each one of them, I don't remember how many tons it is, I think. It's a very heavy ones. So we had a special machine just to take it and really fix it in place. These are the other again, the project was consist of 3 parts, and this is, I think, one of the houses where we worked with an interpretive designer, an interior designer, to actually rationalize the wonderful structure that we already had and how we could really start to make it function. So these are historical areas, historical villas, and we wanted to keep the original structure as much as possible, but yet propose a new function to the space so it could have a new purpose. Here where we started to really curate in really every space and what it really could be. Some of the spaces and the courtyards also being turned like elegantly to another space without losing the sense of the scale of the houses. And of course, together with interpretive design, and we started to turn it to a wonderful space like that. Again, remember, these are traditional houses, so they didn't have electricity, light, and all of these kind of things. So try to work around that and also reveal some of the beauty of the traditional architecture. There's another house also where we started to rationalize the spaces, give it a new program. هذا بيت العطور. At that time we call it بيت العطور, so I don't know what they call it now. So بيت العطور. So again, to appreciate the architecture is also to have a new life to it. I think for me, the success of this project is not to preserve it the way it is, but to give it a new spirit. And yet not to lose the sense of the scale and the materiality and the beauty of that places. So we kept the doors, we kept the entry, started to really reveal some of these wooden roofs. See how, I mean, we started these niches as part of the interior of the traditional houses. We kept it, yet then we started to create an interpretive kind of screens and so forth to explain the concepts. And it was quite interesting because you turned the larger spaces to a wonderful kind of exhibition like that, and the smaller spaces, it has its own also beauty. Yeah, I will. This is another project I have designed. Is Beit Mohammed bin Khalifa, and it's in Al Ain city. It's next to a beautiful Waha, which is an oasis in the middle of the desert. And that house, it's really meant a lot for UAE history, where Sheikh Zayed used to meet before the unification, the leaders in the region here. and it has a quite a beautiful character, which is a transitional character between really a courtyard houses and between the modern houses that we have. It's built by concrete and so many different materials, and we had to really convince the clients that he has to spend so much money, not to only demolish it and rebuild it again, but to really tackle the real conservation for every condition for this beautiful project. And you see, historically, this house has been kept adding to it and consists of so many different materials. So we started to tackle every condition by itself and yet preserve the beautiful decoration and colors that this house has. And we went into every detail without compromise, and every texture, and we started to use it to curate the overall project and celebrate also the diversity of materials that this project have. And we had to really put a strategy of conservation, so for certain things, repair of other things, replacement, complete replacement for certain things like columns that is not operating anymore, and then reconstruction, and sometimes also new interventions that is needed. For example, the staircase didn't have a handrail, and for safety you need to do that. So it's a very complex conservation work, and we try to, as much as possible, to reveal the beauty of this project. It has wonderful colors, as you can see here, but these colors has been hidden over time and over layers of history. So to decide which color it was, we have to go and meet actual people to understand what are the house look like. And it turned to be very beautiful, to be honest, with very exotic colors. So really every tile has been respected, modernized. We kept the modern structure. We started to add a new structure here to close the courtyard, which a building was there. So as you can see here, again, we started to do also a new building. So the new building started to take the same philosophy of the building here and use the modularities for that. And we started to really create a modern building that speaks again to the building itself, and yet it has its own character. As you see the shading here, it opens up for the public and allows people to interact with the building there. So you can manually actually open each one of these and becomes a shading device and allows the public to interact with the building. This project has been nominated for Aga Khan also 2 times. We hope in the 3rd time we were gonna win something. Yeah, I'm just gonna go through these because we are run out of time, but I wanna share with you this image. It's really become a place for Al Ain people to gather, and they're very proud of it. And I was in a professional meeting for one client, and she told me she's from Al Ain, and I was showing my work. I said, this is one of the things I have designed, and she didn't know. And she said, oh, really, did you design this? I said, yes, we designed. She said, my grandmother, she always liked to come here and enjoy a coffee in that beautiful courtyard. So for me, it was very, very successful story. And she was a professional architect, so she's not really, let's say, making a comment like that just for the sake of it. So I think it's a very successful project. Yeah, I will just finish at here. I think I will end my presentation. Yes, any questions that you have? No? No questions? Yes?
I feel as an architect sometimes we are asked to create things that are more striking in forms and color and stuff. So I feel your approach is a bit different where it's more subtle interventions. So how do you feel, I guess, as an architect presenting to clients as feedback? Like, is it harder to convince that you don't need to do a lot, but you can do certain interventions that could add way more value to your practice?
Well, yeah, it depends. Actually, yeah, we can be crazy also as, and I have to admit, we have to control our demons also ourselves. It depends on the situations, but many situations, yes, it required sensitivity and required a kind of a poetry approach to the program and to the sites and so forth. And you can't be that kind of aggressive or that kind of neglectance of the existing condition, whether it's a cultural thing, social things, surroundings, memory, history, the program itself. So we try to tell a story. It's by story. See, one of my professors told me, and something I never forget, that as a good architect is always a good storyteller. And you have to really tell the story of why you are really thinking to create that building. And if the client buy into that story, he will understand why you are creating that kind of condition. And in this case, and in the previous cases and all of that, I think it was that respecting the surroundings, closing, completing the site itself, and not to go against it or so forth, I think it was a proper thing to do. Some projects required an aggressive intervention. So, yeah.
I would like to ask more about the research that goes into the projects that you develop. A lot of your projects are very heavy, very centered around the research and the concept rather than going and jumping into designing the building, which is something that we don't have the luxury of back home. So how do you handle that type of challenge? And how do you make sure that the client understand that the research is really important to develop the concept?
It's very, it's an interesting question, because at the end of the day, we have a typical projects with a typical deadline and yalla, bsara, you know. So what we do, actually, we have developed a methodology for us approaching. And don't forget, when I say us as a team of ex-architects, I always try as much as possible to control conclusions. So I don't want somebody to say, oh, Allah, هذا my concept design. I'll draw it on a napkin, yalla. So, you know, just do it. No. It's it's a methodology that you have to go through, then go to the next step of proposing. And that methodology is that you have to go and have a different perspective of understanding the component of the projects. One is the site and its complexity with the context. One is the program and its different, let's say, requirements. What is the program itself? The environment itself, the environment that we are building in, and what it really requires. The culture that we are building in, sometimes it's completely different culture. So from that, we have to sit and first absorb this information, and not to make a proposal, just to understand what is it. And the next step is to say, all right, to build a story along that. We say, all right, we like this particular, let's say, thread, and we would like to make that one, or maybe two, combine it to create a story for a building. Of course, some sites are really suggestive, or some programs are very suggestive. Like I have a museum to design for Antar and Abla story in the site where they used to meet. So it's very specific. And there is 2 stones where they used to meet there. And the 2 stones are really separated. So sometimes it's very kind of obvious that, that, that the character of that we are talking about, for example, Antara is a warrior, is a lover, is a poet, is whatever, then it dominates actually the narratives of the architecture that we create. So it's like that. And then, of course, it translates to an actual form that we will have. So where we find time, we're just working harder.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ahmed.
Thank you very much.
I noticed a lot of people trying to take pictures of the sites when you were going through, but everything will be uploaded, inshallah, soon online as video recordings, so you can jump onto those videos and screen grab them quickly. We're going to jump straight into our next session right now with Lina Ahmed and Marco Sosa from Zayed University. This is our last session of the day. This session is titled UAE Design Education, Pedagogies in Design Learning. In this session, we will discover how LIMAS Design Research Unit's decade-long work redefines sustainable design education through vernacular materials, adaptive reuse, and community-centered pedagogies in the Gulf. So, please.
Salim, you let us know when you want us to start, yeah? Because I'm covering the screen. No, I'm covering it with my standing. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Continuing with the idea of architects tell a story, I think we're here today to tell you the story of our students told through our eyes. Both of us are faculty in Zayed University, and we've been teaching collaboratively for the past 12 years.
We're LIMAS, and it's a design collective, but we founded together, and our main research concentrates on design, and we also research a lot of architectural heritage in the UAE. But most of it we try to incorporate in our design studio at the university, where we teach interior design and architecture.
to give some context to our audience, this is how UAE looked like. Yeah, this is how UAE looked like in 1965. In Abu Dhabi. So we had a concrete structure and we had Arish houses all around it. Move forward to late 1970s, you see the road infrastructure taking place, and you see modernist building coming up. And this is 2013, same view, and you see the modern high-rise buildings, just to give some context, some background.
So what was interesting for us is that this is just a very small glimpse, a small window of time between 2014 and 2021. It gives you an idea of some of the buildings that were demolished during that particular sector or region area that you saw in the photograph. And everything in red was demolished during that small period within less than 10 years.
So before 2014, these images are taken, and while walking around in Abu Dhabi city, quite often you see that these modern buildings either being demolished or they have gone or they're in the process of demolition.
So the story began to us in around 2014 when we met around that time. And the idea was that we were both participants at the National Pavilion UAE at the Venice Biennale. That's the 14th Venice Biennale when Ren Koolhaas was the main curator for the whole Biennale, and his call was to look at the 100 years of modernism in each country. So our response and the curatorship of Michel Bambling, we came out with the idea of Lest We Forget, in which we looked at the 100 years of architecture in the UAE. So that led us to the idea of starting looking at a whole bunch of buildings that we had in mind. Some of them were being mentioned, and most of them are known within the audience. And we were very particular in trying to figure out how to find information about these buildings. Some of these buildings you could visit. Some of them were no longer around anymore. They have been demolished. And some of them, the information on them was very difficult to actually get to.
Some of these buildings are well known, like Sheikh Rashid Tower here, while other buildings are lesser known, like the small house, like the small building which is next to WTC.
So the idea was to actually spread out and try to find information about these buildings, especially because, as you can see the example here, some of them, like Bank Street on Charger on the left, on the right. It's well established but the one on the left is actually it's opposite the national. It's in Abu Dhabi, and it's opposite the Cultural Foundation, and the small building next to it was actually during the past 10 years it was actually demolished for that building next to it here.
So in our classroom, we constantly talk to our students about modern heritage, and we raise awareness through that. And we do that through 4 parts, I would say. We look at adaptive reuse, we look at fabrication processes and different methodologies around that. We also look at different documentation methodologies using digital technology and other tools like point cloud technology. And we also recently we've looked at a new concept that we call adaptive interiority.
So our methodology is not just looking at research that we're interested in, but it's also trying to fulfill the learning outcomes for our students in whatever course it is. And the course, it doesn't have to be a course in, let's say, architectural history or in the UAE, but it could even be something as simple as CAD, teaching them how to understand AutoCAD or even Revit, or even how to use fabrication tools, and we will explain how we do that.
So adaptive methodology, adaptive reuse, they're looking at 3 particular sites here: the ADNOC building, the Abu Dhabi bus station, and what we call Abu Dhabi ruins.
So this building, which was very, very important, very dear to Abu Dhabi, it was built in 1977 by Constantine Kapsambellis Associates. And up until a few years ago, it was very much a landmark, or it had been a landmark since 1977. And it was at the back of the ADNOC headquarters. And it was where it was called the Residences. It was actually a block of flats.
The building itself has a very unique typology, which is this round concrete structure that wraps around an internal open space, or you can call it internal big courtyard.
And he had always been a very much loved. Do you want me to go back? This one, and yeah.
And when it was demolished, it was replaced by this high tower, which you can see the drastic difference in scale.
Okay. So the idea was to, what we adopted is to look at this build, this before it actually was demolished. And we investigated, we surveyed it with the students, and then we came out with an idea of actually, because these are interior design students, by the way, they're no architecture students, in actually not just divide the building in different apartments, but also work vertically as well. So the students themselves are able to choose what they want to do and then try to allocate they had the freedom to allocate a particular use, but at the same time be mindful of who's next door to them.
And students, the way students engaged with the building was interesting because they started breaking through the verticality of the building. So it was no longer only about that corridor that wrapped, but it also was about connecting the spaces vertically, as well as connecting the interior with the exterior.
So this provided the students a formal laboratory for them to experiment things that they were interested in. And usually in the science schools, especially in the UAE, they get given a brief. We gave them the freedom. These are Studio 3, the intermediate students, and they were given the brief to actually do whatever they wanted and try to see what was needed within their own communities. Here we're talking about creating a gallery for the blind, in which the student was very much interested, maybe because a member of the family was blind, and she was trying to investigate how to incorporate these special features within the project.
Another student looked at the Emirati house, which is a very topical topic, and how can an Emirati house exist in one of these modernist structures, and how it can cater to the Emirati family's particularities and needs.
And looking at the complexities, social complexities of an Emirati household, and try to incorporate them into an apartment building. The second project?
The second project is the bus station. We all know the bus station right now. It was constructed in 1986 by the Bulgarian architect Grigory Kolarov.
And it was it's a loved and hate, it has a love and hate relationship with the public. The architects, they loved it. And I think a lot of the public do as well. There's a lot of urban planners that don't. But it has a very strong presence as a landmark in Abu Dhabi itself. It's still used as a bus station. And what was interesting is that this is what it used to look like before it turned green. And then the interesting thing was to actually make sure that the students understood the purpose of it, and without closing it as a bus station, to actually repurpose it. And because at the moment it's just a place that people go to to catch a bus. But the students, what we're trying to investigate is trying to turn it into something else, so it actually becomes a destination, not a place to go through.
And the students were looking, the time when we looked at this building, it wasn't as publicized in the news as it is now. Go on. So students use different techniques, from 3D renders to sketches, to explore their ideas, to using the architecture drawings like sectional facades here to incorporate how this different adaptive use can be injected into the site.
So, and another typology that we started investigating is what we call Abu Dhabi ruins. Now, the term ruins has a particular annotation of being very, very old, sometimes ancient. In the context of the UAE, which is a very young nation, we could be looking at a building that might be just 40 years old, and it could be categorized as a ruin. And all students, through their visions and their understanding of the neighborhoods, we started looking at some of these buildings, which some of these, they no longer exist. And it was actually a student herself that she actually found this particular building, which is almost like a known building It was situated between the two bridges, two of the major arteries into Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Zayed Bridge and Magda Bridge.
And she started looking at this building and digging into the history of it, talking to her family, talking to her community members, to find that this building was actually used as a wedding place a few years back. And there was no recorded history, and she couldn't find any photographs. So what she used is she staged those photographs from oral history that she created. So she reimagined them, which is what you see in here.
Through the element of collage and storytelling, very similar to what Ahmed was saying, is that the built environment actually provides us a way to understand our past through stories and narratives. The student herself, she started investigating, but also at the same time, she started realizing, without us having too much influence on her, telling her the importance of the building itself and being able to leave the building as untouched as possible and bring in her idea, her design intent without actually causing too much damage to the existing. It didn't matter if the building itself, even if there was some elements of trash and things like that, she wanted to keep it almost like an archaeological, some sort of archaeological importance.
It instigated lots of interesting dialogue of what ruins is. And this particular student was later invited to present her project as part of TEDx, where, well, we don't have it here, but where she really engaged with the audience through that. And what was really interesting is that you could see the transformation of how she related to it. Almost halfway through, when she was working on her design, the building was completely demolished, which posted a challenge because that meant she couldn't go back nor gather any further information, but also created, highlighted the importance of why is it so important for her to work on these buildings. And luckily enough, she had spent a lot of time on the site during the summer, which left, and she had enough photographs that kept her going through the fall semester.
Was also interested that she managed, when she graduated, she started working in a company in which she became the expert of working on existing buildings and adaptive reuse. It's a construction company, which is really amazing. Every time we meet her, she tells us the story. And she's doing really interesting. But again, this highlights the importance of something that was discussed this morning in the conversation this morning. It's not about, we're not here to save every building. We understand that progress has to move on. Cities move on. Every city all over the world, apart from Venice, changes. But it's about understanding the history, the memories, and sometimes even recording, even though some of these things won't stand the test of time. The other approach that we looked at is something that we're very much interested in, is to do with facades and sections. As architects, we are, those who understand the profession, we draw things in what we call an elevation and sections. So we draw everything in two-dimensionally. Most of the buildings don't really get perceived like this because you're either driving through a car or you're looking at from the ground level or even a higher level, and they're always seen in a perspective view. So you never see it as a two-dimensional kind of like realization of a space, but that's how we draw it. From that, we look at different artists like Bern and Hila Becher, who photograph on large format cameras, and then they flatten their image to actually understand the built environment around it through different environments, especially industrial landscapes. We also look at Gordon Matta-Clark, who through photography, he tries to photograph the unphotographable, like this image of a project that he did called Splitting. And obviously the work of Helen Binet, which tries to photograph very, 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 very flat, and try to find out kind of phenomenology of the space itself and the materials, the use of materials. And also Andreas Gursky, who post-production, he flattens the images. And recently we discovered Richard Whitlock, who's a British photographer as well, who does very, very similar photography. Obviously, the master himself, Ed Ruscha, who produced these wonderful vistas of Hollywood Boulevard between 1973 and 2002. So since then, we've been obsessed with photographing the UAE in kind of a similar fashion. We looked at Shasha Bank Street, which is what we talked about earlier, And we started working in a kind of similar methodology, the above picture, and then we started sort of mixing and collaging and trying to understand how, because there was something static on the first picture. So in the second picture, we was trying to capture the kinetic elements, the dynamicy of the city itself, especially in Bank Street. And this is what we normally call, is what's normally known as Electra Street, which is in Abu Dhabi. And it has two of the very iconic buildings, which recently they regain a status of protected heritage, architectural heritage, which is the Ibrahim Tower, which is the round building, and is the small one on the other side is the Otai building. And through this, we developed a system of stitching, because we're trying to figure out how to actually photograph the building and taking the photographs as flat as possible, and post-production, because we don't have a bellows camera that gets rid of the elevations of the image. We have to deal with the camera and how it changes, somehow distorts the image. So we had to flatten it post-production. So this is the cultural foundation, which we talked about this morning. And something that we didn't mention is that wasn't mentioned is actually it has a very strong DNA towards the modernism, because it was built by the Architects Collaborative, which we all know it was funded by Walter Gropius. So there's a direct connection to the Bauhaus, all the way back to the Bauhaus in a way. And this is part of Abu Dhabi, is right in the middle of Abu Dhabi. Then this is a house that was talked about today by Ahmed, the Mohammed bin Khalifa house, and this was photographed before your wonderful renovation. We had the opportunity to actually go to it and capture it. And same as the also the Sheikh Zayed Sports City, and also Michael Lyle's Blue Souk in Sharjah. So if you get a chance to go to Sharjah, it's a wonderful place to go to. And it's supposed to be a video. I don't know if it's going to work, but yes. And also going back to the bus station, this is something that we also captured. But what was interesting about it, like these images are made out of nearly 25, 30 pictures, and they're all joined together, and trying to sort of stitch them together and form a narrative that goes through. Because for us architects, we're looking at sections, we're looking at elevations to actually form the stories. And through this kind of photography, then we're able to take these and then show it also to our students, who are I think this is the same, yeah. Who we're trying to make them understand the importance of these buildings, and they're able to perceive it. Okay, through time, because, yeah. Okay, now from there we developed something called epidermis, which is we're looking at the facade being a kind of like a skin of the building itself, and these are just these are also images trying to capture the material presence of the main material. Like for example, this is Sheikh Zayed Sports City, and this is also by the Architectural Collaborative as well, that did the Cultural Foundation, and this is actually Radisson Blu, what used to be the Radisson Blu in Sharjah, and of course Burj Al Rashid. The tower, or the World Trade Center, as it was known in Dubai.
The other methodology that we use with our students is making, and this slide describes that methodology. So because we don't use sophisticated cameras, we just use the cameras that students have. This is how we go about making the photographs elevational photographs. So the students photograph them, and then we get rid of the perspective, and then they use the elements of the street to get the scale of correct of the buildings. So from that, we photographed the series of buildings, and we asked students to look at these facades. And what fascinated us is the building itself, but it's also the thickness, the actual typology of the facade of that era, where when you look at them, they are not made of a single layer, they are actually thick, and there's a strong geometrical inclination of it. And we did a series of studies with that, where students were asked to look at the facade and extract the geometry that makes it. And from there, we did a series of drawings and models that represent those geometries, and generated as well a series of elevations for these buildings which were not documented at that time. To generate the model, we used laser cut technologies, and we used this idea of layering even in making the model. So the models weren't done from one piece, it was done by a series of elements that were cut and were composed to mimic or to illustrate the geometry of the real facade model. And they were also photographed in such a way that the light and shadow captured the speciality of those facades. So we looked at the same buildings we photographed before, Sheikh Rashid Tower, Ibrahimi Tower, and we presented them this series of buildings consistently through this typology of an elevation, a photograph, and a physical model that represents the geometry that forms this building.
What was interesting is that we were not replicate or tracing that was really, really important. They were not tracing the images. The students were analyzing the facade and actually understanding why it was composed the way it was, not just for modularity, but also there was a climatic need for the way they were produced.
And then we took that a step further of questioning how do we bring this knowledge or this awareness to the public. And the way we did that is through designing jewelry pieces that are inspired by these buildings and this geometry. And in the image here, you see students looking at the facade, studying that facade, and transforming it into a series of jewelry that were not only designed, but also the way they were packaged with the intention of raising awareness about these buildings.
So these two classes, for example, that you saw, one is like a very basic CAD class, which is kind of like a necessary class that we have to teach. So at the same time, we're generating research, we're generating material. And the other one was material and culture of the UAE. So they're generating history, and they're actually responding to a building itself by their own creativity.
We recognize that we're not the only one who are looking at the facade buildings, that there is a whole scholarly community who are doing that, which makes it interesting and exciting. These elevations are generated by Sultan al-Ramhi.
And also the work by Hussein al-Masawi, who's amazing. And that's when we decided not to take photographs of elevations anymore, because he just completely bypassed us. So he's an amazing guy.
And it goes beyond architects to one of our colleagues, Afra al-Dahiri.
Al-Dahiri, who's an artist as well. And also Patrick Lynch, who's another artist, who used some of our photographs and generated this image using a robot, actually, using a robot pen.
The next thing we're sharing is mapping, where we use the 3D scanning as a way not only to map and survey, but also as a way to document. And we use it as a pedagogy tool with our students. So the first project we're going to look at is located in proximity to and it's called Al-Qubaisi House, reference to the family that was living in it.
What was interesting about this project, and maybe around the world, it probably is a very natural thing to do. We teach mainly, we teach female Emirati women. So 95% are Emirati. And the approach that we had is that we wanted to take the students to site, which again is normal, but we wanted to take the students more than just an afternoon or a day. We wanted to actually go there and go to a lane, and through conversations and organizing collaborations with DCT, who were fantastic. They help us facilitate the visit, and we managed to generate a budget, and we took a busload of 26 female students with the chaperones, and we stay for over 2 days in Elaine. And during that time, it was important for us to demonstrate to our students the importance of immersiveness into the site, to be able to actually not just measure with a measuring tape, but photograph during the morning, the afternoon, the day, even simple things like capturing the temperature of how it changes depending on the time of the day and the spaces inside the rooms. So this created an opportunity for them to get out of the studio and actually be able to have hands-on field experience.
And in addition of using traditional techniques, which is measuring tape, sketching, sketchbook, we also trained the students on site on how to 3D scan the site itself. Students did generate a series of panoramic views for these.
And the importance about this building also was built probably around the same period of the Mohammed bin Khalifa house, which is, and it is one of the first examples of a reinforced concrete structure in the UAE. It was built around the end of the 50s, 1950s?
The late of 1990s.
Yeah. And the idea, yeah, sorry.
And it was built through time. So one of the things that students noticed when they were on site, that as they go through different buildings, the way they were built, we didn't have history, but the way they were building, we could trace back what was built first, what was built second. And this is the methodology that we had with the students, where we combine the house itself, which is the past, with the present, which is the students being there, because they spent 2 days there literally on the site working, but also eating, laughing, drawing, and the future, which is through their adaptive reuse proposals and imaginations of how to readapt the site and how to reintegrate it with the Elaine society.
And it gave the students a real life experience, because DCT approached us, through conversations with DCT, this is just what I'm talking, I put this in the background. It's a 3D. This is a point cloud model of the space. All right, and the importance was for them to understand, to actually come up with real proposals for this project. And we treated the house as an archaeological site, so the project had to have a minimal impact, as in structural minimal impact into the spaces itself.
The point cloud data was used not only as a tool to gather information and to survey, but also as a representation, because there are certain things, when you're working with an old building, there are certain things that are difficult to represent. They're very ephemeral. And combining the point cloud with the traditional way of working, we managed to portray not the feeling of the site itself. The students created a series of drawings, and they documented them in a series of booklets.
And using different kind of software, they were able to link up to the point cloud data using something simple as Revit, which is a traditional digital BIM software that we use. And using this kind of methodology, they were able to envisage their designs within the point cloud model itself.
We also, in a way, we challenged the typical form of representing, which is through render. Right, and we devised this new technique of how can they communicate their ideas.
And what was interesting is that through the point cloud model, we discovered things that we didn't realize, which is actually cutting through the model. Suddenly we were looking at the sections of the buildings. And remember at the beginning, we talked about how architects envisage elevations and sections that we never really see the building like that. Suddenly we see it like that. And that was really interesting, how we actually, the building itself is beginning to tell a story. And this story actually through imagery, then we begin to actually formulate and map the facades of the building. And the students were able, well, even for us, it was also like a real revelation to actually see an X-ray of the building itself. And we were lucky enough that the project was accepted by the UAE delegation to be represented at the Smithsonian Folklife Festival in 2022, in which the building, they asked us what we wanted to do, and we said, let's bring the one-to-one version of the point cloud model to the National Mall, in which we decided to how we were going to print it out and fabricate it through scaffolding. So we have this amazing courtyard building sitting in front of the Natural History Museum in Washington, D.C. And we almost realized we were experimented a lot on different materials and how it's going to be. and try to figure out how we will actually transport it as well. And yeah.
And it was something when we actually printed these the sections at a one-to-one scale. They were still flat, they were still two-dimensional, but by having them at one-to-one, it totally changed the perspectives of how you relate to them and how you see them. And this got materialized when we displayed it in the National Pavilion. And the way we displayed them is forming the actual courtyard that also within the context of Washington, D.C., generated discussion and brought people together in the middle.
So the visitors were able to understand the importance of a courtyard, and it became a generator as well, not just for people walking around, milling around, but a generator of activities that will happen within the space itself for lectures and other performances connected to the festival.
And the materiality of the canvas we printed on being transparent, thus interacting with the elements that are on site, whether it's the structure that's holding it, whether the people who are sitting in front of it, whether it's the silhouettes of us being in the site, and suddenly those silhouettes are in DC.
And through the power of VR, we were able to transport people to Alain. So they were able to actually visit the point cloud model while they were in Alain, which was brilliant. It was we're running out of time. They tell us there's only 5 minutes left, so we're going to race through the next project, which is we used a similar methodology.
So this is Al Shoaib. It's where the dam is, and in Alain, in the Emirate of Alain. And we used the exact similar methodology. We took the students in there, and that's the dam. And that's how the dam, and the place is known for Ghaf tree. So this, the Shoaib, there's a new area of Shoaib, and there's an old area of Shoaib. And this part there is the old municipality site, which has been deserted for a while. And those are the 4 buildings that the students worked with, which you see here in aerial view on top elevation.
And then again, we use the same methodology in which the students immerse themselves. We managed to convince the university that we can take the students, which was amazing. And then they were able to actually immerse themselves into the project. And yeah.
And so here we took the representation of those sections a step further, where we merged them with the actual representation of the proposal. So it wasn't only representing what's existing, but it also was representing the future adaptive reuse proposal that the students had in mind.
The last project, we just got 2 minutes left, is something that we came out with called adaptive interiority, in which Etihad Airways approached us quite a few years back and asking us if we could work with something regarding, by law, they have to keep the interior of airplanes until the airplane comes out of commission. And then a lot of this furniture, which you will recognize, is usually disposed of. So what we try to do is actually incorporate it into our curriculum. And we came out with not just about trying to use this furniture into a different context, which is built for a specific context, now change it to a different context, but also trying to get the students to build it themselves.
And in this project, we expanded the idea of what heritage is from buildings to other elements, or to other, because Etihad is something that is recognized now, and it's a symbol of Abu Dhabi. You could see our students working, drilling, getting hands-on, and it was important for us that the pieces gets reused, so they get taken from the airplane and they get reused on the ground, but it was very important that they retain their identity. So when you looked at them with their new use, you can still recognize and link them to where they came from. And after students built them and they were positioned on this campus, some of them, they still exist today.
Okay, and that's it. At that point, we're going to stop. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Are we taking questions?
We sort of ran out of time, so if anyone has questions, they can maybe direct it to them. And thank you very much for joining the first day of our symposium. Join us again tomorrow at 10:15 as we start our next very eventful and long day of the symposium. So thank you everyone for tuning in, listening in, and joining us. And goodbye for now.